Okay, welcome back everyone to SERx Part 2. You're all joining us in Room 2, and I look forward to the last 4 or 5 conventions, clinics that we're going to run. I'll hand it over to the host for Part 2. Perry, take it away.
Hey, good afternoon, folks. Welcome back to Room 2. It's a very nice room. This afternoon we have, starting off in Room 2, Tom Gordon. Tom Gordon is going to be talking about Arduinos and Raspberry Pis, oh my. Tom interned virtually under Dr. Victor Frankenstein. Tom has worked diligently in the areas of invigorating lifeless model railroad layouts. As a child, he first started with powering all of the turnouts on his layout and is now moved into simplifying the interface between layout operator and the physical layout itself. Through spreading the knowledge of small computing devices, he hopes others will similarly make their layouts more intuitive to operate, increasing everyone's enjoyment of the hobby. And here is Tom. All yours.
Okay, thanks, Perry. Before I get into the PowerPoint and hit you with lots and lots of slides, I wanted to show you a few things. I generally do this presentation live, and I can hold stuff up and pass things around. And, gee, that's kind of nice, but unfortunately, can't do that. So I'm going to be talking about Arduinos and Raspberry Pis. First thing I'm going to show you, just to get you an idea of the scale of these little beasties. This is a Raspberry Pi in a case. This is a deck of cards. This is a full-blown computer. Anyway, Arduinos. This is a an Arduino Uno. This is one of the more common ones people will use. And you can get them as small as a Nano, or I'll show you a Pro Mini is this board in here. Really, really tiny stuff. So I just wanted to give you an idea of the scale we're talking about, because without the boards there, you can't really look at it in front of you. So I'm going to move over to showing the presentation, and we'll dig right into it with a little cooperation. There. So what I'm wanting to do is get people interested in using small computers and how to make them handy. They're amazingly capable. Yes. Oh, how do I get PowerPoints to share?
It's
Oh,
almost in the center of the Whereby window.
oh, the share. Yeah, I thought I
Yes.
clicked. There. Okay. Oh, and share here. Okay, this share. Got it? Okay, sorry about that. Oh, and here we go. Is that better? Ah, fabulous. Sorry about that little technical difficulty there. So this is a picture, for what it's worth, of my previous layout, which no longer exists. But I did use signals. I used Arduinos. I used Raspberry Pis. I used all that good stuff on there. And we'll talk about how you can use them themselves. I want people to clear the mystique of the hardware and the understanding of what it takes to use these things. These devices are amazingly powerful. They're really, really cheap. And instead of buying banks and banks of relays and all kinds of other things, you can do a lot of your work digitally. And and save a whole ton of money and have a lot more capability. I was inspired in a lot of respects by the people at Model Railroad Control Systems. And they have some really great things using small computers. And Dr. Jeff Bunza has done some fabulous articles I'll refer to a little bit later on how to use Arduinos. But there are a lot of things you might need to know that to make life a lot easier dealing with these. So I want to make it easier so you can wow me with your layout. So initially, let's start with what an Arduino is and a Raspberry Pi, and I'll get to some pictures in just a second. We'll talk about how their costs, their price points that are out there, which by the way, change all the time, but they're really not too bad. Tools and things you might need to be aware of, and things to be careful about, and mistakes I've made. I'm not going to show you any code. Reason I don't want to show you any code is, for heaven forbid, I don't want to have to help you debug it. But regardless, you can get a lot of code on the internet, and if you know anything about coding, you'll find these guys easy to do. I'm not an expert in Arduinos. Regarding the Raspberry Pi, I really don't know a whole lot about Linux, which is the operating system. I can get them to run. They're really not hard. Pis run the version of Linux, and you can download JMRI onto them, and it works beautifully. I program my engines and run my layout using Raspberry Pis. I got tired of using desktops. Also, a lot of books about programming Arduino devices, and I'll give you a reference at the end, but most everything you need is really online and free. Okay, a Raspberry Pi. It's a small single board computer. It runs very much like Windows or Mac. It has a nice graphical user interface. Who are designed to get folks involved into computing when they couldn't afford a computer. A lot of the Pis that I use are cost me a whopping $35 on Amazon. There's some cheaper versions. There's some newer versions that cost $45, $50. But it has everything you need to get things going. Now, you may want to get a micro SD card. Actually, you're going to need to get a micro SD card for things to work on it. But it's a very simple process to plug the SD card in or to download the software for it. There are no moving parts on a Pi. There's no fan. It just sits there. You're going to need a heat sink, though, believe me. An Arduino, on the other hand, is a small single board microcomputer, often called a microcontroller. One of the Arduinos, or an Arduino, runs one program, and it runs it in a loop. It runs it around and around and around and around, and it keeps running the same thing over and over again. So if you push a button and the Arduino recognizes you pushed a button, it can then respond to that button and maybe turn an output on or off. They were developed in Italy. It was initially, my understanding, it was done in the artist community. So all the programs are called sketches. They're cheap. One of those I showed you cost me $2. The really, really tiny ones. Now, $2 doesn't give you an official version of the Arduino, but I don't care. Spent $10 and got 5 of them. So things are good on that. Now, I would be passing around stuff to you at this point, but I can't. So I'm going to show you some pictures of some boards and try to talk to you what exactly is on those boards and what's handy for using these devices. The upper left-hand corner of this particular screen is an Arduino Mega. A lot of people like the Arduino Megas because they have like 50, 60, 70 input-output pins. You can see them on the screen. They're there, it's there, and you can plug plugs into them, running signals or what have you. The upper right-hand side is an Arduino Leonardo. I'm showing it mainly because you'll see another picture of a Leo later on that's configured a little bit differently. It has a few different characteristics of the Mega. but it works. The lower right-hand side is a clone of an Arduino Uno. Works quite nicely. Significantly cheaper than the real version that you can get. And just as a caveat, sometimes they don't work as well, but I've never run into any problems. The Pro Mini clone and the very bottom is unassembled. It has pins in there. You need to do a little soldering with this guy, but you can put pins or plugs and what have you on it. And then there's the Nano clone that's on the left. I'll show you one of those in reality in a bit. All the Raspberry Pis have a similar form factor. They all have USB ports and network connections. And at the bottom, you can see there's an HDMI output for video. It has the ability to input video and to output video, and the output to show a touch screen. There's an audio jack at the bottom, and a lot of pins that you can program at the top. Now, I'm throwing in some things called voltage bucks here, because they're really handy when you're dealing with these, any of the Arduinos or the Pis. Voltage bucks work very similar to computer power supplies. They maintain a constant voltage, which these devices actually need. You can get them with variable voltage. You can get a nice display on some of them. Just want to show you a few of them, and I'll talk about them in a bit. There's a fixed voltage device on the lower right-hand side, and it is really tiny. I put these in passenger cars to maintain the voltage. So are these devices toys? A lot of people think they're toys. They're not toys. The original PC, as you can see the specs there, they were not too bad. An Arduino Pro Mini, which was one of those tiny ones, has more capacity than the original IBM PC. Needless to say, it's significantly cheaper. The Raspberry Pi 3 is even more capable and has all kinds of software with it. So regardless, they're not toys. These things are real, and a lot of them, or the industrial grade versions, are used by in industry. So there's so many different Arduinos. A lot of people get confused. Which one should I use? I use which one fits where I want it to be. Don't worry about the different kinds. If you're using it typically for a model railroad, most of them will do input and output to different pins very, very easily. Now, the official versions of Arduinos, not the knockoff versions that I often use, will work with impunity with add-on boards, approved add-on boards called shields. These shields add capability to the Arduino. You can get shields that do Wi-Fi and Bluetooth and other things like that. So if you're wanting to make sure that something works with the shield, you may want to make sure you get a genuine Arduino as opposed to something that's more of a counterfeit. However, I've found generally the counterfeit ones work quite nicely, and they're a little bit cheaper on the price. Useful hardware that you may find. More of the handout boards. The picture doesn't come out quite as nice. Those pin headers on the left are straight pins and right angle pins that allows you to mount the Arduino however you wish. There's screw connectors. The lower right hand side is rather interesting because you can put the pins through a board and stack boards. These are all things I'll tell you the source where you get them. Just things you need to be aware that are available that can be very, very handy with dealing with Arduinos. There are add-on boards. The upper left-hand one is one of my favorites. I'll talk about these a little bit more, but they're relay boards. They have single pole, double throw relays on them. They run off of 5 volts, which is handy because an Arduino likes to eat 5 volts. And you can actually turn one of those relays into a double pole, double throw, a pair of those relays into a double pole, double throw, and use it for a reverser. There's prototyping boards, which are handy when you're you're trying to create a circuit. The upper right-hand side and the lower left-hand side is one that's kind of populated. Not to do advertising for model rail control systems, but that particular board on the lower right-hand side plugs into what they call a bare bones Leo or Leonardo and runs as a node on the computer model railroad interface. It's the CMRI system that Bruce Chubb developed. And Bruce, by the way, is quite aware of these systems and does like them. They're a lot smaller than the original boards that he used and works with impunity. Pins and sockets. These make things a lot easier. Now they're tiny or very, very small. You can buy pre-made, what they call DuPont plugs and create your own wires and plug them into it and develop and build your own pins or your own sockets. The pins, the plugs and the sockets actually come on those metal strips down there at the very bottom. I found it's very good to use those. I use them in a lot of places. I like to use them on signals because I can work on a signal on the workbench and have everything sitting there on the workbench, test it, and then just go on the layout and plug it in, and life is good. There are also KK style sockets that you can get from more of the industrial grade suppliers like DigiKey and and Mouser, excuse me. The device on the right, the white board, is a bare bones Leo or a Leonardo. You can see how I've expanded its capability, and I had a whole boatload of signals running off of this that I was able to label on those nice white plugs and identify exactly what the signal was or the signal head was. So again, you create your own plugs, you put them in, and things program it correctly, and things work well. So one caveat: you're using all these wires. There are a lot of wires. Make sure you document where the wires go. Make sure you label the connecting plug and plan all your wiring before you wire the layout. A lot of people try to retrofit all their wiring, retrofit the labeling. Not necessarily a good idea, especially when you're dealing with something that involves this many wires. More pins, more sockets. There's another board I would pass around. It's not that big a deal, but it's it shows you what's available commercially. The very bottom, you can get like a 6-pin plug, 6-pin socket, and use them all you want. You can strip the wires out as you wish and have a real good time. And the pins and the sockets and the wire are not expensive. You can get them on Amazon. Breadboards, very handy when you're testing a circuit, when you're testing LEDs, you're testing your signals. Breadboards are very nice to have. Just wanted to show one. I'll use them a lot, and I'll test things, and then I'll go ahead and solder something together and use it. Now, there are canned add-on boards, the Arduinos that I had mentioned or talked about a little bit earlier. They're called shields. They expand the capability. You can do a whole lot with them. The commercial vendors like Spark Fun and other ones, I'll give you a list of vendors in a little bit, have a lot of these boards and a lot of them available. People use these and just everywhere. You'll see people doing robotics and drones and other things using Arduinos, and they use these shields to import or export or deal with video or sensors and other things. They just plug right into the board, into the Arduino, and it expands its capability. Granted, you have to do a little bit of code, but the vendors always supply the code you need to get it to work nicely. Back to those relays. Here's a bank of 8 of them. I know that Amazon sells 6 of these. 16 bank relays. They plug directly into an Arduino by a cable. You can see the pins down at the bottom. I'm hoping my mouse shows. You can see the pins down here. They plug into the Arduino, and the Arduino can trigger the relay. This allows you to use high voltage or high current devices from the Arduino, because an Arduino doesn't really handle much current. An Arduino can handle the light of an LED, but beyond that, it gets to the point where you could easily burn out the board, and you really don't want to do that. So let's talk about some useful tools. There are things that you can have that make life a whole lot easier using Arduinos and, for that matter, Raspberry Pis. Also, you'll find some of these are useful for DCC installations, for putting receivers in locomotives, for wiring signal masts, putting things in buildings. Lots of things that are out there, and I'll show you some of my favorites. A good crimper is worth its weight in gold. This particular one is made by a company called Iwis, I guess is how you pronounce it. It's a whopping 23 bucks from Amazon. I sometimes wish I had two of them, maybe three, scattered around here and there. They're great. They crimp those pins on the end of those tiny little wires. I've found that it works great. They're very reliable. It's a ratchet device. You put the blank pin into the jaws on the left. You slide the wire in the other side very carefully, and you squeeze. And when you're done, if you haven't destroyed the pin in the process, which again, it takes a little practice, you'll have something that can plug into those headers and make your own plugs. Soldering stations. I'm not a big fan of the 25 watt or 45 watt soldering irons. I like a soldering station. I like to set the temperature that I need and let it stay there. Generally, they're better quality than your typical 45 watt soldering iron. It's easier to get burned with the soldering iron that you plug in. It just heats like crazy. I found this does not burn me as much. It gives you better static protection when you're dealing with devices like this. And you can get them with all kinds of prices. You can find a lot of these on Amazon. Some will have digital readouts, which are really nice. The one I have two of them. I use one around the layout, the dial on it just indicates the temperature you're using. And the one on my workbench has a really nice digital readout that I just had to have. So it's really nice too, but I'm able to set that temperature because I know the melting point of the solder that I use and not make it too hot or too cold. Now, again, with soldering, you want to make sure you set the temperature higher than the soldering melting point because it'll take forever for the device, for whatever you're soldering together to get hot. Wire strippers. These are a bone of contention for me. As many people like to use cheap wire strippers. These aren't expensive. They're like 10 bucks on Amazon. They'll go down to number 30 wire. You can strip the conductors within a Cat5 cable and you're in good shape. You can strip most anything with this. They're high quality. They're very sharp. Even if you just try to nick a wire, it'll cut a pretty good hole in it. So don't use the free ones or the 98-cent ones you can get somewhere. Splurge 10 bucks and get a good one. You know, these are nice wire strippers. Category 5 wire can supply a lot of good hookup wire for any of these devices. But the problem is when you try to strip off the outer layer, you can often strip the cable within. They make Category 5 wire strippers. Amazon sells those. Tell I'm a fan of Amazon and some of their supplies, but you can put the wire up here at the top underneath that, in that lip. You can see the blade underneath it. You slip the wire in, you spin it around, that's where the finger hole is, and you pull it off. Don't put that wire too far in that stripper, just put it enough to where it kind of rests. You spin it, then you can pull the jacket off the wire and get to the cable underneath it, those 8 conductors that live underneath it, and not have them with nicks in them. Voltmeters, have several. They're useful. The one on the left I like because I can carry it around to different places. I use the one on the right for just mainly testing resistance and to make sure that I haven't messed something up. I have another one that I use that I'd much rather use for voltage, and it's just personal preference. It's good to have several of these guys around, and especially when you start dealing with microelectronics, you need to test your voltages and make sure that things are working correctly. Sometimes it's very difficult to know if you got things wired right without doing a quick test. And of course, the ubiquitous OptiVisor. These connections are little. My eyes aren't getting any younger, and reading glasses are fine and good. But something that really lets you see way down into whatever you're looking at really does help. Adjustable power supplies. Again, found this one on Amazon. This one was a whopping 30 bucks. It has a little voltmeter on it. The 40-buck version has a digital readout, which is kind of cool, but this one works great. I use it for powering test circuits associated with Arduinos and Raspberry Pis. When it's not working, I use it on my Sprague to program engines. The Sprague is tied into a Raspberry Pi, which then runs the decoder programmer that's supplied within JMRI. So these things are really handy to have. They're cheap. They give you a nice clean power. They give you a specific voltage. The voltage doesn't go down, which is very important when you're dealing with these things. And so you can do your tests and know that things work right. So enough of the tools. Let's talk about some more technology crap. Raspberry Pis, capable, inexpensive single board computers. As I showed earlier, size of the deck of cards. Has the interfaces that you need to run most anything. You can run disk drives off it, all kinds of stuff, but it doesn't have a storage device. You need to connect a keyboard, a mouse, and a monitor. You need to also have a micro SD card for storage. It's got to have its operating system somewhere. If you want to have a fully capable computer somewhere and you really don't want to go out and drop $1,500 for a new laptop, this guy is your friend. I have two of them also running as media players at home, playing music. These things work great. So I haven't got one playing video, but I do use it for audio. Now, the one thing you want to be careful of with the Raspberry Pi is they do need heat sinks. And when you buy them, especially if you're buying from a vendor like Amazon or SparkFun or other ones, often they'll sell you kits with it that has a case, which is really nice to have, and some heat sinks and a power supply. So other stuff. Not much to it. It's it's about the size of a cell phone, and it does have an audio jack, which is very, very nice if you're doing something with audio. This is a genuine Pi. This is a real one. I haven't dealt with the counterfeit Pis. I haven't found any of them, thank God. Most vendors won't sell them because they don't work well. Try to make sure that you find a source that does have real ones. They're all about the same price. On the raspberrypi.org webpage, there's information telling you exactly how to tell the difference between a real one and a fake one. If you get a fake one, send it back. There's the underside of a Pi. Again, having a case is nice. See all those nice little pins in there that can short out? Well, don't do that. And they have nice interfaces, 4 USB connectors. This one has 40 output pins that you can control. It has an Ethernet connector. Really nice. They're nice little gadgets. This Raspberry Pi 3 has a gig of RAM on board. Has a 1.2 gigahertz processor, 40 pins, camera port, an HDMI connector for your monitor. And make sure your power supply is good enough to handle what the Raspberry Pi eats. Some of the older power supplies won't work with the newer Raspberries. So just be careful when you get one. You may want to get a power supply with it to make sure it works. And of course, the new Raspberry Pi 4, you can see at the bottom, we have a couple of HDMI ports. I'm wanting to use one of these for my dispatch panel because I'll be able to hook two monitors up to it and make life a little bit easier for the dispatcher. And considering the price point, anywhere last check, mid 40s to 60 bucks, that's really not bad. Yeah, the monitors are going to cost me a lot more. I run JMRI on one of my Pis, and it interfaces the CMRI system. Use it for programming engines. I use a Sprague, or Sprague 2, I think is what you probably get now. Runs JMRI's Decoder Pro software. You can run, you can have one Pi running JMRI and another one accessing it remotely and showing the screens from it. There's a lot of things that you can do with the Raspberry Pis, but basically anything that you could do with a PC, you can do with a Raspberry Pi for much less, and a lot smaller form factor. As an example of a Raspberry Pi being used on my previous layout, I have my Raspberry Pi on the lower right-hand side. It interfaces, it had a little serial controller program that I used that I found on the internet, and it connects to a connector at the top that takes it out RS-45 output through a serial port. It worked great. It worked as well as the laptop. I could turn it on, start JMRI, the layout ran, and I wouldn't have to worry about, gee, is the laptop going to crash or anything? Or for that matter, I could have a spare Raspberry Pi sitting waiting in case the first one died during an operating session or an open house. Not that kind of stuff ever happens. But this has been really great because I don't have to deal with an extra computer. Now, again, why using these things? They're cheap, they're plentiful. The programmer for Arduinos is free. For that matter, the operating system for a Raspberry Pi is free. They're flexible and expandable. The resources to make them do other things are readily available. I have an Arduino that has a soundboard connected to it that makes the grade crossing ring the bell. You can use them for animation, lighting, signaling, controlling relays, RFID, model rail control systems. Folks have an RFID system that runs using Arduinos and other small computers. You can control servos. You can access LocalNet. There's a set of software called DCC++ that allows you to talk to DCC and actually create a DCC controller for your layout and not having to use any commercial systems. These things are amazing. I'll give you an example of an apartment building that I have on the layout that looks like the TV antenna broke off on it. But anyway, this is the one I built and unfortunately never installed because I finished it right before we decided we would move. But it's going to be on my new layout. And this is the outside of it, which is, standard building, no big deal. It needs weathering, but it's there. But underneath it is a little Arduino, and there are 8 pins of this guy. Here, I'm hoping you can see my mouse. I'm looking at the lower right-hand side, and you can see the resistors plugged into that DuPont plug. And those go to the lights in there. I feed the building with 9 volts when I want everything to turn on. And the Raspberry Pi, the Arduino underneath it, then takes the 9 volts. It actually will reduce it down to 5 volts and runs the LEDs. And it runs them randomly, as an apartment would do, has the bathroom light coming on and has a bedroom light coming on, other things like that. So 8 was enough on this because this is kind of a background building. I'm building currently an interlocking that uses 2 single crossovers, and I'm in the process of developing the interlocking code. It uses an Arduino Mega. It'll control the signals. It'll control the yard master panel because this is the entrance or the yard throat of a yard. It'll control the signal bridge going into it and leaving it and all the other things. Plus, as you can see below the Arduino Mega, there are 2 relays, or actually there are 4 relays. They're set up as 2 double pole, double throw relays to control the actual turnouts on the, or control the polarity of the turnouts on the crossing. Also, there's a wire that goes to what's further down the line that controls the layout, the polarity of the island that this feeds. But you can do these kind of things, saves a lot of work, a lot of toggle switches, a lot of relays, makes life a whole lot easier. The development environment that you can get for Arduinos is available at www.arduino.cc. It's in the download section. It is in reality a C compiler or a C++ compiler. Don't be afraid of that. There's a lot of free software out there. There's a lot of information on how to program in C that's available for free. The Arduino crowd doesn't make any big deal about folks running counterfeits. They're happy with that. They have no, they just say, you know, just please donate to our compiler and life is good. So they also will deal with any Arduino board you have. If you have a USB port, it will download the code that you've written to the Arduino. You can test it. It's really a nice system they have. Plus, it has sample code built into it. For deal with powering these things, I've used batteries, 6 volts. I've used voltage bucks and wall boards. You can get a little battery power for an Arduino. That's nice. Or you can use this on a Raspberry Pi. Wall warts. Make sure your wall warts are regulated. You can find a lot of them that are not regulated. A regulated power supply, if it's spitting out 6 volts, what ends up happening is if you add load to that, if it's unregulated, the 6 volts will drop. If it's regulated, it adds more juice to it and makes it and keeps it at 6 volts. So you want to make certain that you use a regulated power supply for your Pi or your Arduino. This is where I use voltage bucks. I often will run a 12-volt bus around the layout and use a voltage buck to drop things down to 6 volts or 9 volts for buildings. It's good not to make the difference between what the output is and the input too large because you don't want your voltage buck to get hot, but it ends up creating regulated voltage for your for whatever the application is you're using. Be careful though in purchasing the voltage bucks. There are some that get some crappy reviews for reasons, and some of the reasons, the good reasons are, as it's been known to have voltage bucks that will spit out the source voltage before it lowers it. That can be very bad for whatever you're connecting to. So make sure that the bucks you use have good reviews or come from a quality source. But generally, the Unos have metal USB connectors. If you're stacking boards on top of it, make sure you don't short those out. Enough said on that one. That's from personal experience. When you're compiling Arduino code, make sure you read the error messages and start at the top. Don't start at the bottom and work your way back. When you make sure that you test things on the workbench, check your solder joints, make sure that they're good, and have a spare for these things. Now, a lot of things done with Arduinos. I'll talk about some books in just a second. A lot of code is available on the internet, and that's one of the best sources I find for code. I used to write code for a living, but I'll be damned, I just soon use somebody else's if I can. One thing you may have to get used to is the best way to connect to an Arduino or any digital device is what they call current sinking or common anode. You don't supply the voltage through the device that you're using, the Arduino just grounds it. When you use that, it reduces the amount of interference that you can receive. So all your lights or signals are connected to a common positive power supply out on the layout, and the Arduino then just grounds it. You might, a lot of the signal companies all have the post, I think the Tomar signals, the post is positive, and you just ground the wire and the light comes on. Keep spare devices. Static electricity can be an issue. I've been lucky so far. I've had humidifiers installed for the winter, at least in our previous house. Haven't done it yet here. I'm keeping my fingers crossed. During the summer, make sure you have air conditioning to keep the humidity stable. Surge protection on your power supplies is really good to have. And don't overload your Arduino. Arduinos handle enough for an LED for each pin output. And I'm talking about low brightness LEDs. Some of the newer LEDs work great on that. Look at the specs on them, look at the maximum current drain on each one to make sure you don't overload your Arduino and make the magic smoke come out. With Raspberry Pis, make sure you get a good case, get a good power supply. Don't lose the micro SD card or mix it up with some other ones because things will work in a different manner. So I try to label the little micro SD cards so I'll know exactly what Pi it came from. So Arduinos are in a lot of flavors. Pis can replace the use of laptops and desktops. Use good tools. Amazon has what you want. A lot of codes available online for the right price. Arduino.cc has a lot of good sample code. Simon Monk's written a couple of books that I kind of like about Arduinos. This is the book Arduino for Dummies also. But really, you don't totally need those. You can get most of the information you need online. For hardware, SparkFun.com is a really good supplier. Pololu does a lot of robotic stuff. They have a lot of those pins and plugs. ModernDevice.com, again, really good high quality supplier of the parts. Amazon has a lot of stuff, and in reality, I order a lot from them. A lot of their boards are knockoffs. eBay is almost guaranteed to be a knockoff, but for that matter, I've known some people that buy some stuff from eBay and they'll buy like 20 boards at a time for $1 each. And if 2 or 3 don't work, who cares? So, something to be aware of. You can use DigiKey and Mouser. They're good for unique items. They're more industrial, more dealing with more the industrial community. A lot of their gear is very high quality, and unfortunately, the price follows it. Sample code, again, I mentioned Arduino.cc. Dr. Jeff Bunza has some great articles in the December 2016 and March 2017 issues. And he also has sample code associated with it. Shows you how to build some boards. It's really very nice. The Arduino discussion groups and groups.io are really handy also. So that's it. I want you to do some of these things. I would, wow me with what you can do with Arduinos. I've seen some amazing stuff with it. This is an accessory board that I have. As an Arduino Leo, it's a CMRI node. It has relays to run some things. There's a signal crossing device over here on the right. If you can see my mouse, it has a soundboard attached to it. A couple of bucks on the bottom. This runs buildings, and the relays control 9 volts feeding different buildings. So very, very handy. So with that, I'll stop the sharing and go ahead and return and do a Q&A. Let's hope that works.
Yes, so far.
Yay!
Yes, sir. First question that popped up was, is the code you use or strip out, is the code for an Arduino the same that you would use on a Raspberry Pi?
Not really, because in Arduino, you're writing code for things to work. A Raspberry Pi, granted, you probably could use similar code, but a Raspberry Pi is more of a personal computer. So
Different functions then.
different functions. I know some people that have written code for a Raspberry Pi, and you can write it in C just like you could for an Arduino, but it's easier to write for an Arduino to write the C code for an Arduino and just turn it on and off with a Pi.
Now, the Arduino that you had mounted in your apartment building to randomly turn lights on and off, did that Arduino come configured to randomly turn lights on and off?
No, it didn't. I had to write the code to do that. I
Okay.
found code online that would make a clock tick every second, and I would count those ticks. And after like 30 seconds, I would turn on the light, and it would keep counting ticks and counting ticks. And every time the Arduino just loops through the code, it would look at that tick count and say, "Oh, it's gone to 45 seconds. I need to turn that light off." So it would turn the light off. So it was just more going through. Oh, we got a thunderstorm nearby, by the way. So got a flicker in the lights.
Oh,
Um,
it's
yeah.
calm here. So it wasn't truly random, but it gave the impression of random turning lights on and off because it was counting ticks, and as long as you didn't stand there long enough, you would get the feeling that someone ran into the bathroom, turned the lights on, stayed there for a little bit, turned the lights off, and you might not
Exactly.
see it again. Okay.
Exactly. You could do it randomly if you wanted, but I wanted there to be some reasonable thing. Somebody turns on the light in the room and then turns on the bathroom light, goes for 30 seconds, a minute, and then turns off the bathroom light. And for that matter, I've been thinking about putting the flicker for a TV in there. So Jeff Bunza
Now
has
that would
really
work.
good
Now
stuff on TV.
that would be kind of cool.
Yeah, Jeff Bunza's code has how to make an LED flicker like old black and white TV. So I'm looking forward to doing that one.
Interesting. The next question was, what software tools do you need to control a 40 pin? Because I'm not sure what a 40 pin is, but you were mentioning a 40 pin connector on, I guess, the Arduino. I mean,
Well,
excuse me, on the Raspberry Pi.
probably the Pi. I used programs on the built-in programs. The Pi that I have as an example actually uses a small program that I configured it to to have the serial output go out those particular pins. I didn't write any code for the Raspberry Pi at all. And for that
Okay.
matter, if you're using a Pi with a Sprog, you plug the Sprog in, you load JMRI, it's happy. So I don't use the 40 pins for the Pi except for any kind of outside accessories. And I use other people's software because I'm too lazy to write my own.
I understand that. I don't like authoring software. I've done it. And ugh. Um, One of the questions was, could you use an Arduino to make your own DCC decoder?
Yes, there's some people that are doing that.
Well, that would be interesting.
It wouldn't be, it's not small, but a number of people are doing it for accessory decoders. Those are out there. And if you look on the boards, the Arduino for model railroading board on groups.io, there are people that have done that. There have been discussions about them. So yes.
Interesting. Okay. And you use the term a buck, a voltage buck. I've never heard the term buck before for a device.
Okay, it's a device used to lower voltage. It's kind of like a transformer.
Okay.
where you have a step-down transformer. The buck lowers the voltage, say from 12 volts down to 9 volts or 6 volts or whatever. And it gives it without having to have this big heavy transformer there. The buck does it with effectively solid state and does a lot better job of controlling the voltage on the output.
Okay, cool. I haven't seen any more questions pop in here or here. So I think we've got questions. We got the questions asked. Brad, anything else you want to
I've
ask
got
about?
2 questions that I'll throw at you. The first one is, what's the limitation of an Arduino in relation to how many LEDs can I hook up to one pin?
I wouldn't really start hooking more than one LED per pin.
Okay, so is that based on that each pin has a maximum amp draw?
Yes. Each pin has a maximum amp draw, and in the specs of the Arduino, you'll find that. And there's a total amp draw that the MTEL processor can handle. So you not only have to look at the individual pins draw, you have to look at the sum total of those pins. Generally, I haven't run into a problem with them. You can hook 16 up. I've had all 16 come on before, and it hasn't let out magic smoke. So you should be generally okay. If you get beyond that, you may want to be a little careful, or for that matter, use more up-to-date or modern LEDs that don't draw as much current. A lot of the LEDs draw 8 or 9 milliamps, and that's perfectly fine for an Arduino. They're happy with that.
Okay, is there any online tools or software that you can run a simulation of an Arduino sketch that you know of? So you don't have to buy
No,
any of the components or anything and you can test it.
the components are so cheap. Just buy a kit from Amazon and go with it. I don't know of anything that you can get online that will simulate one. There may be something out there, but I've never seen it.
Okay. Oh, I think that's about all that I can see. How about you, Perry? Got anything else, Brad?
More knowledge than I have already. I appreciate it.
Oh, sure. I enjoy doing that.
Okay,
Never
Tom.
done one I've done presentations sitting down before, but that was a long time ago. Brad, are you in Australia?
I am.
That was in Sydney about 20 years ago when I worked for Microsoft. And I had jet lag like you wouldn't believe. And I was standing up behind the podium giving a presentation, and it hit me. So I sat down on the edge of the stage and finished the presentation.
Oh, that sounds exactly like me and Martin. We've been jetting around the countryside for the world for the last 3 or 4 months, and yeah, we're always jet lagged here. So
Yeah.
I'd like to just thank you, Tom, for a great presentation, and it's always good to get this sort of technology out there and show people what's around.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I'm assuming I just closed my browser and we'll be happy.
We'll be happy.
Yes, sir.
Watching on my other machine.
No problems. We'll cut to some ads and we'll be back very shortly with the next clinic.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Good afternoon, all. We're back in room 2 again, and this second clinic of the afternoon is Chuck Jenkins. Chuck Jenkins is going to be talking about trees as supporting actors. Really cool because in the area I model and obviously what he does, there's lots of trees. Chuck Jenkins works and lives in the upstate of South Carolina. He has always had an interest in trains, starting as a child, and has been in and out of the hobby since then. He was exposed to full scales, 1-to-1, Fairbanks Morse, Alco, Cooper, Bessemer, and EMD diesels as a shipboard engineer in the Coast Guard. So when he couldn't work in the hobby, he could at least get some really good sound effects in the engine room. So I will drop out in just a moment and we'll leave Chuck in, and he'll be doing his presentation on trees. Welcome, Chuck.
Thanks, Perry. Glad to be here. I'll go ahead and share my screen and we can get started. So, when we're ready, I can go. All right. So, everyone, welcome and thank you for joining us today. I wanted to talk a little bit about making trees, and I called it as supporting actors and adding variety to the layout's visual story. A little bit about me, a little more about me. My name is Chuck Jenkins, born and raised in South Miami, Florida. I went to the Coast Guard Academy and then later on in George Washington University. Married 34 years, 3 daughters, 1 grandson. You already heard I was 9 years as a shipboard engineer, 32 years in the private sector, in engineering. And currently I lead a global engineering team in 6 locations across the US, the UK, Holland, and Italy. And non-working activity, you can see gardening, remodeling, woodworking. I do run reading, travel, and model railroading, which is why we're here, not to hear about me. So what do I have? I have a 1 by 8 foot shelf layout in HO scale. I won't read this. You can read it. The hobby really started out, my father, in Miami, we would go to a Gold Coast Railroad, which was a railroad down in Homestead area, and ride that maybe on a Saturday afternoon or something like that. He was in, originally he was from Sardis, Georgia, which is a small town between Waynesboro and Sylvania. And the interesting thing about Sardis is that it was a coaling location for the Savannah and Atlanta Railway. And in fact, the coaling tower was still there when we would go there. I think it's still there to this date. A few years ago, my daughters gave me a book for Father's Day. I think it was called Mixed Train Daily by Lucius Beebe. And as I was thumbing through it and reading it, I came across a photo that said, I said to myself, well, that looks like the coaling tower in Sardis. And sure enough, that was about that article, or that chapter, excuse me, was about the S&A Railroad. So I've done a little bit of updating since I gave this presentation to the Palmetto Division in March. And I'll just jump through a couple of photos, photo images of my layout. It's, I wanted to show something that was not exactly a class 1 railroad, not perfectly maintained. And some of this is just some experimenting with different effects for the scenery. Some may recognize the structures, or very old Sidem models and some AHMs and things like that, which got put away in a box many, many years ago and then put back out. Again, just other images. Those crates actually have labels on them that actually have a ship to address. I tried a little bit of experimenting with that. So now we're getting into why you came here. Trees as supporting actors. So scenery it helps create the stage for the model railroad world. The trains, the locomotives, the cars, those are really the main actors. And everything else supports the story we try to tell. So with that in mind, as I was building my layout and thinking of how do I want to scenic it, how do I want it to look, I was trying to get some inspiration for what to put on it. And so I thought, well, why don't I just look around? So this is actually the scene from the parking lot of the company where I work. And what I'd like you to take away is the variety of colors, the shapes, and the fact that you've got some, like this one, that are leaning and are a different color from all the others. Alongside a road, you get a lot of little weedy growth, brambles and whatever along the edge. And these are not full-size ponderosa pines or sequoias. These are like just little stuff that most people, don't pay attention to. And in fact, this one, the photo image, it shows a dead tree that's along the interstate. And you can see it's in the background, and I apologize for the less than ideal quality, but it's the limbs are very stubby, so they're not the fine feathery limbs. So 3 methods that I wanted to talk about today. So you can purchase a kit from Woodland Scenics. I'm going to show a little bit on sedum garden plant, and then azaleas, so the prunings to make dead trees. So Woodland Scenics. So I bought a kit to make 3-inch upswept trees off of eBay. And it came with all the materials needed to make the trees. A few things you have to add, paint and whatever. But it comes the metal molded trunks and limbs. You clean off the flash, you wash it in soap and water, you prime it, and then there's a finely ground foam in a mesh that you cut and apply it as the foliage. What I found was that the cleaning off the flash, I didn't spend a lot of time doing that. And in the end, it didn't matter because I couldn't see it. Once it was on the layout and once it was painted, I couldn't notice the little pieces of flash. So as it's out of the box, and you can see the flash on some of the pieces or the mold seams. So what I use is just a piece of pink foam board, maybe I think it's 3/4 inch, and paper on top of it. And you can see it holds the base of the tree. And so I'll spray it with first a black and a gray and a tan, very lightly misting it. The spray paint, I prefer to use flat colors, and I hold it probably 3 feet away. Maybe I'll set this up on the trash can or something outside and just lightly mist it. So I'm not trying to coat it, just mist it. And you can see the misting effects on the foam itself. This is the branch and foliage material as it came out of the box. And there was an awful lot of loose material. So maybe I'd wound up with a very old kit and it had separated itself. Cut and apply it. Kind of those little hooks on the end of the limbs is what keeps it in place. I actually found that just a little touch of spray adhesive helped hold the foliage inside of the netting. Again, another photo of it. And here, once you can notice that once it's painted, you really don't see the seams of the mold parting lines any longer. And the mottled effect, the speckled effect, is what I've seen in nature from actual trees. They're not one solid color, but the bark has cast little shadows, and there's different bits of moss or algae or moss that's growing onto lichen perhaps. And it's a variety. No two are the same. So sedum. So sedum is a perennial. It's a garden plant. And what I do is in December or January here, I'll go and I'll harvest the dead twigs or the stems that were last year's flowers. And the little flower heads, I'll brush them off, and the leaves that might remain. I'll spray it with a weak solution of bleach, because by the time I get out there, it's had a little bit of weather on it, and there might be some mold growing, or there might be maybe an insect hanging around. So I try to spray it with a little bit of bleach solution, and then I'll hit it with a flat gray primer. Then I'll mist it with a satin black or a tan, maybe a little bit of light green here and there to create a moss effect, and a little bit of white. Again, it's all from a distance. It's just a very light misting. And if I want to, if I'm feeling really ambitious, I'll take some acrylic craft paints from a Hobby Lobby or Michael's or Walmart or something, or my wife's craft tray, and use them for accent colors on the trunks. Just again, creating a different effect. Then I'll take a spray adhesive. Any number of spray adhesives will work. I've used the Loctite has a brand, Elmer's has a brand. Spray that on the tips, and then dip it in ground foam, and then plant it in a hole in the layout. So here's some pictures. This is the sedum in the yard. My wife wanted me to say this was our neighbor's yard, but I'm not going to lie, it's ours. This is the new growth. And so these are the branches that have been harvested. And this gives you a scale for the relative size. And there's some that are curved, there's some that are straight, variety of sizes. And what's interesting is that the little ones that break off actually can be used as little shrubs that are just undergrowth within your forest or alongside the road. So here they are. There's the foam again, sprayed, and then dipped, sprayed and dipped with the adhesive, and then dipped in the foliage. The woodland scenic foliage that was excess is actually what's shown here. I found that was very, very fine and actually very nice, made a very nice effect on these trees that I made. The ones that the trunks or the stems that are too long, I'll take the craft paint and paint them to look like either old logs or dead logs or even rotting logs. And so as you can see on the layout here, there's a pile of logs in the foreground, but in the background next to the backdrop, there's some that are in amongst the trees. Some look like fallen branches or fallen trees kind of leaning into the crook of another one. Again, just another view of it. Shorter ones can be alongside a road. Slightly different view. Again, showing a combination of the effects. One other thing to point out is that if you drive down the road and you look at trees where there's been a cut, either by a railway right-of-way or even a road, when there's a new cut that's gone through, you'll see that many of the trees, their trunks are not fully branched out, so to speak. And it's because the trees are going in a stand of trees. They're looking for the sun, they're reaching for the sun, and so the limbs along the trunk don't get as much sun, and they're supporting each other. But when a cut or a road has gone through, you then see the bare sides of the trees. And so you can have that effect also. So azaleas as dead trees. So clearly in this area and the southeast and really all across the country, azaleas are an available shrub. And I've used them when I prune them and remove dead sections. I tend to look at them to see, okay, is this something that might be of use? The thing with this, that I've found with azaleas is that they have to be completely dry. So I won't go out and take a fresh pruning and immediately start working on that. They have to be dry, perhaps months. If not, I may just leave them in a box for a year in the garage. The loose bark, I'll remove that with a wire brush, and any little tiny twiggy growth, I'll cut that off. Now this one I do spray with a weak bleach solution and then follow with soap and water, because these I have found normally will have some small insect larvae on there, little spiders or also. Allow them to dry, and then once again, hit them with that flat gray primer. Craft paints. In this, with the azaleas, I'm not going to put them as a living tree. These are going to become a dead tree. And so it's really it's an effort in trying to create the illusion of a hole in the tree, or where there's been a lightning strike that's killed the tree, or something, you know, broken off and is rotting. So I tend to use the tans and the use of grays and whites. I've also experimented a little bit with a very light green to create a moss effect, and that also works pretty nicely. A small nail in the bottom of it helps hold it in place on the layout if the stem is a little bit large. So this gives the relative size. Again, a nail, small nail. It's a 2-penny nail. It's trusty pink foam spray base. And so I'll spray it with the gray, and then I'll mist it with the black and perhaps a tan. And then this is the effect. I hope it comes through well enough on the presentation that I've experimented with one particular azalea to try to create the effect of a hole in the tree. From a distance, it looks that way. It's hard to see it this close, unfortunately. But you can, the colors I used started with the gray and the misting of the black. And then there's grays, additional gray, various colors of tan, again, a little more black here and there with the craft paints, a little white here and there. And the effect is to create the illusion of a dead tree. Dead tree with the supporting a broken limb. So combined effects on the layout. You have living trees, leaning trees, you have dead logs, fallen limbs. There's a little bit of everything. And really, for inspiration, all you have to do is, as you're outside driving, looking at photographs, you can see the variety there. And so here's the combination of the sedum, the woodland scenic, and the azaleas. Again, we've seen this one before, I think. So in summary, the trees really set the stage, and you can purchase them. You can make them from a combination of natural purchased materials. You can do a kit. there's a variety there and really depends on your budget and your modeling skills. I think that the azalea and the sedum it's very easy to do, and it's certainly an easy way to create a variety on your layout. Nature shows that there's variety everywhere, and so you can just use that to create some added interest in your layout. So, and that's the final of this presentation. It's a very short clinic. So if you need another few minutes before another one, you have that now.
Appreciate it, Chuck. I haven't seen questions pop up yet, but I like your concept in the very beginning of your clinic where you were talking about different colors, different textures, different heights of things at the ground level and in the trees, because that's something that I talk about when I do scenery. And I ran a clinic during the Gateway X convention for ground cover, producing more realistic, not monochrome nor mono height ground cover. I like your concept on that very, very much.
Thank you. It's interesting because when I gave the clinic in March, I came home and I looked at what I had done and I thought to myself, well, this thing is way too tall. There's some real dimensional issues going on here. And so I wound up shortening some of the trees. One of the clinic earlier today by Jonathan from the UK on trees for the Pacific Northwest, very well done. And a point that was made was sometimes we make the trees too tall and it overpowers the rest of the layout. And it makes things look, well, just unrealistic. And I noticed that I had done that. So I've fixed that a little bit on mine. In fact, this, I think you can see it now. This was in the final couple slides, this would be way too large for HO, but it would perhaps be appropriate for an O scale.
Yeah, it seems like it, although, you know, a tree might really be hundreds of feet tall, you know, 100 feet tall, but if we put too many 100-foot tall trees or any on our railroad, yeah, it would look odd.
It would. It certainly would.
A couple of people have popped in questions. In addition to the plants that you mentioned, there's a comment about something called mare's tail, otherwise known as horseweed, and I've heard of it, although I'm not sure that I've ever seen it.
No, I haven't seen it myself. One other plant that I have used, and it's in one of the images, was Nandina, which is sometimes called heavenly bamboo. It's an invasive plant, but the berries at the end of the season, the little bracts that hold the berries, if you get rid of the berries, they could almost be used as perhaps a pine tree. They're very conical. It's a conical shaped arrangement. I experimented with that early on, wasn't happy with the results, but it's still on the layout, just buried. It's just filler, is what it is.
Background trees, which we all need. Do you do anything, and there are a couple more questions that have popped in, do you do anything to preserve your natural materials before you turn them into trees?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I think that the spraying with the Clorox helps. But then I think my thought is that the spray paint is going to help preserve it, at least long enough for my enjoyment.
Okay.
Which I hope is going to be for many years, but I don't think I haven't had any issues with these, and they've been there for 3 or 4 years now.
Oh, it's thunder season here. My Sheltie loves thunder.
Mm.
What variety of sedum do you use? What the person who asked the question said that he has seen various ones in garden stores.
Okay, I don't know. This is one that it's one that we have in our yard, and my wife planted it. I'm not exactly certain where we got it. We may have had it. We've been here 22 years, so I honestly don't know that it's an actual variety, so to speak. I
Okay.
apologize.
Okay. He said he's asking for somebody who would need to start a garden with some. So I guess if you're interested, you plant whatever it is that you're going to plant with the ultimate goal of having forest on your model railroad.
Mhm.
It would be fun. And then the next question that popped in is you already talked about a flower using dead flower stalks from domestic Nandina as the basic tree form, and that's what you had
Mhm.
just talked about.
Yes, yes. I think that if I were to use it again, I would be a little more careful in applying the glue. That
Hmm.
was what I did at that point in time, was dip the thing in a white glue and then sprinkled it with the foliage, and it just
Hmm.
went everywhere. So all the trunks, all the branches look like fur. Um, so that's not the way to do it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that I understand. Very cool. Let me check Facebook and see if Facebook is. Nope, not so.
Yes, and so the uh, what I found is that the soap and water, the Clorox starts, and when I harvest it, it's winter, and so we've already had a couple of frosts and freezes, and so the temperature is one help there. The other piece is that between the bleach solution and then the soap and water will take care of the bugs. Probably, I don't know, 50, 60 or 70, something like that. I mean, I have, when I was asked to, volunteer to do at the clinic for the Palmetto Division, I thought it was going to be a hands-on clinic. And so I went and harvested all the sedum and stocked up on it. And then it turned out that it was a presentation. It's like I didn't realize that the clinic equaled presentation at the time, and it wasn't a hands-on clinic. I'd only joined the NMRA probably a year prior to that, and so I wasn't familiar with the definition. And so I had the materials and was making them, and it just goes by so quickly. I mean, you noticed in the one slide where on the pink foam there were probably 25 little stalks of sedum right there. So that's 25 trees. And if I break off some of the smaller pieces to use as undergrowth, well, it's just more and more.
Mhm.
Now, the one that's in the garage, that, that was left over from one of my wife's projects or something that I had bought. So no, it's not a particular brand. I have Krylon, I have Rust-Oleum, there's Valspar that was in that's sold by Lowe's and Home Depot. There's there's a variety of them. I prefer flat. I have used satin, but I would not, certainly you don't want a gloss unless you're modeling a wet scene, in which case you might want a little bit of that.
Yeah, okay. Anything else out of the chat there, Perry?
Well, it's interesting because somebody has commented that they're only hearing Chuck's side of the conversation. They're not actually hearing us.
No,
So
they're hearing you. It was me I'm doing a Marty Jenkinson's thing. I was on mute, so
That
technology.
okay. Mute. Yeah, that makes I got it. Okay. No, there aren't any more questions. I like your method of constructing trees. I sadly am lazy when it comes to tree construction, so I don't construct any of my own.
Mhm.
I buy them. But my ground cover and I like building kits and building my own locomotives and painting them. So instead of devoting time to building trees, I build locomotives, and so it's a preference. But I like yours, and the pictures of your layout were really cool because you could see the what appeared to be dense forest, which is what I would kind of expect to see.
Mhm. The backdrop that I painted, and it was from instructions online. Um, Painted that, and the intent again, it's an illusion. I mean, it gives the suggestion, and like you, I enjoy building the kits. I enjoy building kits of structures, building kits of rolling stock. I built kits many years ago for the locomotives that I have. But I really wanted to do something that was achievable in a short period of time. And so I just
Mm-hmm.
try to force myself not to worry about those things. You do try to move everything forward, but okay, let's get the backdrop done. Let's get the trees. Let's get the ground cover. Let's get this and move on to the next item. And then at some point go back and with a new perspective, make some improvements or choose
Mm-hmm.
not to and just choose to operate it.
Mm-hmm.
I like this one. It's, I mean, in some of the pictures you saw, what appears to be grass or weeds growing between the ties, and I made that. I experimented it with, bales of bales of pine straw come with this orange propylene twine,
Yes.
and so I took the twine and cut it in sections, took a wire brush or taped it together at the base, cut it with a wire brush to make make it feathery looking, and then painted it with craft paint just to see what would happen. And cut it short so that it wouldn't foul the couplers. And there you had it. It was a little bit overgrown. And then there were some that were a little taller, and that was an experiment with a cocoa mat. So you wipe your feet on a cocoa mat,
Mm-hmm.
and sometimes that breaks loose. So I said, well, let me see if I can grab, a small tuft of that and see what effect that has. That's really just trying
And
different effects on it and see what it looks like.
now I like your technique for weeds between the tracks. As I've just been working on a section on my railroad that I've got a relatively long siding that's only used for maintenance of way equipment, and
Mhm.
so having weeds growing up between the track or between the ties would be really useful. I like that idea with the twine, and I think I'm gonna have to go find some of it.
It turned out really simple. I mean, it was something that was in the garage laying around, and
Mm-hmm.
some blue painter's tape around around the base of it to tie it or hold it very tightly together, and then a
Mm-hmm.
wire brush to really shred it, and
Mm-hmm.
um, and then just craft paint again, the water-based acrylic craft paint.
You brush painted it on?
Yeah, yeah.
And then what did you adhere it to the layout with?
Well, I drill a little hole
And
because
and, and
I cut the painter's tape. So the painter's tape does two things. It holds it in place while I'm
okay,
painting it, and then I cut it in the middle of the painter's tape, and now I've got two tufts.
okay,
And I
got
just
it.
take a drill bit about that size, drill it, and then plant it.
Very cool.
So it was easy.
I like that idea. I'm gonna have to do that. I'll just have to do a bunch of them.
They go by pretty quickly.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because if you take a long string of that twine that binds up a pine straw bale and cut it into sections that aren't very long. Well, maybe an inch and a half long, and wrap a piece of painter's tape around it really tightly. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Other questions from out there in viewage land? Let's check.
I got a quick question that one of the other team members have flicked through to us is, do you have any recommendations for a beginner that is a little bit hesitant on making their own trees? What would you recommend as a starting point to get going?
I think I think the dead easiest thing to do is if they have access to twigs, from fallen twigs, is to start there, and just do some with the intention that you're going to throw it away. It's just learning. There was one on the photos that I think it was a twig from a pine tree or something, and sprayed it and you can even craft paint it with the acrylics just to see what you can do. It's because what's the investment? A few drops of paint and a twig that was in the yard. And it's just a matter of just giving it a try. And then if you don't like it, well, the craft paint dries very quickly. So try a different color on it. Sometimes I'll brush it. Sometimes I'll just use almost a very dry brush and just tap it. So it creates just a mottled effect, and just trying it and seeing what the effect is. That's how I started. And and then I said, well, let me try these little sedum things because they look like trees.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah, I guess you could also, any of those trees that you're not happy for a foreground tree or something like that can always be used in the background, along a backdrop or whatnot, and sort of hidden away just to bulk up your forest.
Exactly. I mean, there's so much variety in nature that even some of them that have snapped off, well, that's just a tree that got topped in a thunderstorm.
Yep.
Okay.
Very interesting.
Anything else that you can see over there, Perry?
No, sir. I haven't seen anything else pop in yet. No, sir. That's it.
That's it? Oh, well, we'll waste another couple of minutes away. Chuck, why don't you tell us about your railroad that you're actually modelling currently, and give us a bit of a background on that, if you don't mind.
Sure. Well, so as I mentioned on the earlier slide, what I wanted to do, the interest I had was something in, I thought, rural Georgia in the 1920s. My father grew up in rural Georgia and grew up in the 1920s there. So I thought, well, what's available? So I looked at Sanborn maps, and I looked at a couple of different towns there with the Sanborn fire insurance maps. Came across a track plan, I think it was for Waynesboro, Georgia, that was it was like an interesting. And so I used a lot of compression to fit it into 8 feet, because the actual track looked like it was the sidings looked like they were probably a good half mile or more of length. And so this was much smaller, but it had an interesting crossover and seemed unusual. So I thought, why not? It really didn't. So then I looked at what I had left over from that had been in boxes and decided, well, let me reuse some of these. And actually, I had done a lot of research online of European layouts, the small switching layouts, and thought I got interested that way on what I could do in a small space and something that's achievable in not years. Well, it has taken a few years with work, and there you have it. And then again, so I chose a time, probably 1920s, late 1920s. I liked that. It was interesting. smaller locomotives, single sheet boxcars, and just that's where I got started. So I've got quite a bit to do. And then I picked up that Varney switcher at a flea market. And I thought, well, okay, that doesn't really fit the 1920s. So I've made provisions for a second shelf. I'm not starting it yet, but to model the late 40s, early 50s. And so when I was growing up, I modeled just about anything. It really wasn't being very prototypical. So in the back of my mind, I may put a second shelf on there that would be a little bit later.
Yeah, okay.
So what railroad what railroad serves Waynesboro? I'm not sure what would have served Waynesboro in the 20s.
Well, the Savannah and Atlanta,
Okay.
the Southern, and what would have become the Central of Georgia, I think.
Okay.
So there were a couple like that that would have come in there or been in that general vicinity. So that's what I'm thinking. Of course,
Very
none
cool.
of the locomotives have the names on them of the railroad. So
Yeah.
I haven't gotten that far yet.
There's always more to do.
There is. There's always more. But that's the thought in the back of my mind is it's not the hills that I painted. I had hoped that they were going to be more of just a rolling type hill of sort of eastern Georgia or northeast Georgia. So it's not flat. It's not the Rocky Mountains. It's not the Appalachians. And little, kind of cleared areas and whatnot. The track is actually, I used sanded grout and unsanded grout and essentially filled in some of the tracks so that it looks like they're in the dirt, essentially.
Yep.
And while it was still a little bit wet, cut the ruts for cars and painted it.
Very cool.
My
Nice.
intent is to the industries is put them on a piece of foam board or a masonite and then be able to swap them out. So if I want to run a different industry for a few months, I can do that with different types of cars servicing it. So that's the intent.
I like that idea. That seems interesting. And in a space that's manageable.
Yes, it is. Can't get too carried away.
Well, you can, but it can be expensive.
Yeah. So, well, I appreciate all that y'all have done here setting this up. Appreciated the opportunity to give this clinic and hope that I've answered a few of people's questions. I went through it quickly. I didn't want to be too late. That may have been a mistake, but I enjoyed talking with y'all.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. It was a great clinic, and I always look forward to learning some new techniques. So I'll may endeavour to put those onto my layout. So I think we'll cut to a couple of ads, and we'll get ready for our final 2 clinics to come through.
Yep.
Excellent. Looking forward to it. Thank you all.
Thank you. Good afternoon, folks. We're back in room number 2, which has been a really cool room. Our clinician for the third clinic for this afternoon is Walt Lyles. Walt Lyles will be talking about modeling a Walther structure to look real. Walt is, first and foremost, a great friend personally, and a fellow member of the North Atlanta Rail Barons, the operating group that I belong to. He is also the superintendent of the Piedmont Division of the SER NMRA and a great modeler. He fancies Southern railroads and in his professional life is involved in real one-to-one railroad planning and construction, among other things. It is my great pleasure to introduce to you Walt Lyles and his clinic on Walther structures. Walt.
Thank you, Perry. I'd like to thank everybody for joining us today, especially the SERx. It's the first time doing it, so I hope everybody's enjoying it. We've had a few hiccups, but overall it's been a really good day and some really excellent clinics. So what we're going to do today, we're going to talk about modeling Walther structures to look real. I have a PowerPoint presentation I want to do. If you want to load up the questions, if you have some or whatever. I've been modeling a long time, so I've seen a lot of things. One of the things I'm going to share in this clinic is I want people to kind of understand about models themselves. Probably many of us have been modeling for years, and we may have started out with plastic cars or plastic ships, and then moving into modeling structures for railroads kind of we thought would be easy, but then we found out there's a lot more to it. Or maybe we modeled and we never really figured out exactly how to get that look that we wanted. So I'm going to go ahead and switch over to the PowerPoint presentation. Start sharing my screen, Perry.
Yes, sir.
All right. So the screen I have up here, this is actually the photo from the Walthers kit, the McGraw Oil Company. I wanted to share this. This is what's on their box. And this is actually a excellent looking picture and everything else. And that's why I wanted to share this to you. It's actually got some really fascinating details in it. But this is a whole scene. This is not just the model. This is the scene with the model put into it. And this is what's kind of interesting that I want to dive into today and talk about how to actually work with these models and how to do some different things. I'd like to commend, I don't know who built these models for Walthers, for these photographs and all that. The photograph's very excellent as well. But let me go to the next screen here. All right, here's just a clear picture, and I'm gonna move my mouse. I hope the viewers can see my mouse as I move it around. But I wanted to show you a couple things that were eye-catching in this model, just to me as a whole. This is all plastic in this model, but they've done certain things to give it a little bit of a different look here. They have done some weathering and changed to make it look a little different. They made these stairs that are plastic to look kind of with a wood look. The tanks have got a little bit of weathering to them, and they created a ballast look around on the ground. And even the outside pumps over here, they've detailed them inside this scene as well. So there's a lot happening in this scene. But what really captures it is that you got the trees in the backdrop, beautiful cloud backdrop, some old-timey buildings. So when you look at it at first, you're probably thinking this probably is a scene. Looking at the age of that tank car, maybe I'd say this is probably late 50s or 1960 style type of construction. The construction method is a big deal to me because these buildings still could be used today for some kind of small business. So we want to be thinking about looking at these models, but let's move outside the box just a little. Okay, so this is the Walthers McGraw Oil Company. It's still available today. I think you can pretty much still buy it at just about any location. But I'd like you to ask yourself, when you look at that model, why did you purchase this kit? What is so fascinating about this model that you said, man, I absolutely got to have this thing? How do you want it to look as a model? Sometimes people look at a kit and they have a totally different vision of where they want to go. Did the box convince you to purchase this kit? Very possibly it did. Man, that is so cool. You think, oh, I can build this piece of cake. Okay. Can you get a different look out of it? Depends on your modeling skills, depends what you can really do with something. So you got to ask yourself, what am I capable of doing with this same kit? So this photograph shows you that I've pulled the lid off, and this is how that kit looks right inside the box, still in the bag wrapper. That's what you get. Well, that doesn't look anything like that photo right there. Many of y'all are probably saying, nope, nope, nope. One of the good things I like about the Walthers kits, they do usually give you a possible layout so you know how to put the footprint on the lot, how to kind of space the buildings to give you enough room to use the facility in a scene. But I'm going back to this first question. Why would I purchase this kit? And I hope many of y'all do that when you're buying kits. I was actually interested. I was listening to one of the clinics earlier today, and one of the questions was when they go into estates, how many boxes they find that were never opened of a modeler when they buy an estate. And a lot of times we buy things, we have intentions for them, but then we never follow through or finish out on something that we look at. But in our minds or in our dreams, we see something in these models that says, hey, this would look so cool if I could put it in this one spot. So that's what I want you to think about. When you're purchasing a model, think about how you want to use it, where you want to use it, what era do you want to use it. All important things. So the next thing I want you to do, when you open your box, you're going to pull out all your parts. And you got lots of parts and pieces that are all on, most of them are on sprues. Every once in a while, something will come off the sprue, but most of the time, fairly new models that are coming from the factory are still in pretty good shape on the sprues unless they've been totally mishandled. But one of the important things, and coming from the construction industry, this is something I know very well. You want to take an inventory and make sure you have what you're supposed to have in the kit. You need to do a parts inventory and verify that you find all the pieces. You could be missing a sprue. And that's one of the things that's very frustrating, because as you get into a modeling project, you find out, wow, where's this one number? I can't find it. It maybe ends up on one sprue that you're completely missing. Some companies actually give you double sprues, so you end up with a lot of extra parts. It just depends on the model company that builds it and stuff. But one of the things I would like to start doing right now is I want to sort these sprues out and see if I can paint the whole sprue as one color or multiple colors, or do I need to actually disconnect some of the items off that sprue? So that's one of the reasons I like spreading it out, taking an inventory of what we have, and taking a really close look at where we're going to go. Okay, so now I've got one sprue pulled out. This is pretty much all the wall panels for this model. As you can see, it doesn't look like a heck of a lot. It's just a brown plastic, doesn't look like anything in that picture we first saw when we opened it up. But I pull all these sprues out, but I do not want to cut anything off this sprue yet, okay? Now, one of the things I want to share with you is, I want to back up. If you were reading the instructions of this kit right now, it tells you to start gluing. Well, I don't want to start gluing. I need to start painting. I want to get my steps right, because there's certain things, once I glue it, I can't paint or get to those items to paint it correctly. So I want to make sure that I go ahead and try to paint what I can on the front end of the construction of this kit. And then that will give me the look I look for, so I don't box myself in where I can't get to that item at a later time in the construction process. If you leave it on the sprue, this will also make it a lot easier for painting. I can hold that sprue with my fingers and spray paint and do things that if I got to hold the individual pieces, it's a lot more cumbersome. So using a sprue makes it a lot easier to handle and do the painting process that you want to do. This is one of the other sprues. Now this one has a lot of delicate parts on it, so you need to be very, very cautious in how you handle some of these sprues. You can bump it or whatever, but you could definitely break off something. One of the things that's important too is understanding the parts and the pieces that you're working with. A lot of times they have small little nubs that are used to insert into pre-drilled holes on the platforms or things like that. If you cut it in the wrong place, you're going to end up cutting that nub off and it won't work. It'll either be too small and it'll slide too deep in the hole or something like that. So be cautious when cutting these off the sprue, but you want to pay attention to all these little pieces. On one side is going to be the numbering feature. That's the way models have been built for many, many years. The numbers are there. You just sometimes have to look at the numbers, and it'll have an X times whatever number, how many pieces you should have, like number of windows. You know, if I have 7 windows, it'll give me the model number being a 41 with X time, you know, X7. So we want to look at all these different pieces and kind of know where we're going. Now, one of the things I want to start off before building this model is I like using shaker can spray paint when I can. There's nothing wrong with shaker can spray paint. Works just fine. Using the right one is also another question and concern you want to do. You want to use good quality primers and stuff like that that are easy on plastics. Most of the stuff I can go to my local big box store and pick up some of this stuff. I like the Rust-Oleum. Works well, but the reason I wanted to get the paint out is I'm painting this, but if you realize that sprue is upside down, that is the interior walls that you're looking at right there. Now, I use different colors depending on what I'm using. I'll buy testers or something like that as well as spray can paints. But I like these bigger cans from like the Rust-Oleum brand. It has to do with the nozzle. It has the way the spray paint comes out. It comes out very easy and a nice spray that's easy to fan across without blobbing on any paint. I remember in the old days, there used to be a commercial with Johnny Bench. It would say, no paint, no drips, no errors. And when you spray painted, if it didn't run down the whatever you were painting, you had good spray paint. Not all spray paints are built the same in the can, and some are cheap and they don't do a very good job. But when it comes to working with our models, I try to use a little better quality paint. I'm not painting something I want to get ruined. I want to make it look nice. So, and the paints are not terribly expensive, but they also go a long ways when you buy the big cans. Now, I'll be the first to tell you, I like using an airbrush. I love using airbrush. But when I'm working like this, if I had to stop every time to clean the airbrush to change colors, it would take me a while to do a model like this with all the different colors I'm trying to use. So my step is I'm trying to reach that goal of a little bit more realistic model, and I'm using the right kind of paints. Now, this next slide, these are the interior walls or the interior features of the structures. If I would have left them, they would just have been a brownish color. If you looked in the windows, all you would have seen is the brownish color. I didn't add any lights to this model, and I might come back and add some, but the neat thing is if you did put lights in it, this would actually help with the model. The inside would look very more prototypical, such as a white base or an eggshell type base drywall inside of a structure. People don't realize a lot of times they build these models and then they glue everything together. And once you glue this, you're boxed in. You cannot reach the inside to spray the interior portion of this model. I also need, if I'm going to paint it, I need to do this before I put the windows and the doors in there as well, because I don't want to spray paint the glass in there. So these are reasons I'm painting on the front end. These are one of the things they don't really tell you in model instructions. They don't get into about the colorations and the painting. All they do is they glue this, glue that, glue this, and at the end you're like, well, how do I get this to look like that picture in the box? Well, it ain't going to happen, not at that stage. So the other reason I like using paints is it also helps block some of that light if I want to add lighting features down the road. I could have used a black in there as well to help make sure any light doesn't bleed through. The white, it's a thick enough plastic that the white's going to work. Plus I got windows in there anyway, but it would make it look more prototypical if I decided to put lights in there. And I used a flat white. That's what I used inside this interior wall. But I like using this. It always works good. I also use, when I'm spray painting, I usually put it on a piece of paper towel so it catches any overspray. I've used a little cooking pan sometimes work really well, so you're not spraying on something else to get it. But it keeps it kind of something you can carry without having to handle the parts as well. So it's a quick way to get what you need, get it done, and then you can actually maintain it, carry it, move it, whatever you need to do. Now, the next step in modeling is a little bit of sanding. So I'm looking at the sprues. These are going to be the tanks. Now, the tanks is a little different application and process of this modeling. I do need to glue the tanks together first before I actually paint them. So I wanted to get into this. The reason I wanted to show you this photo is I'm using some sandpaper down there. So once I cut these off the sprue, I'm actually going to use a fine grit sandpaper, and I'm going to smooth out that bottom. Now, once I rough that up, that also gives the glue just a little bit more bite. It's a little bit more roughed up bottom surface. Not real roughed up because I'm not using coarse sandpaper. I'm using a real fine sandpaper. I think I'm using about 180, 200 grit right here, which works fine. You could use a 280 grit, something like that, maybe up to a 400 grit. You could use different, smoothnesses, but for what I'm trying to do here, I just hit it once or twice across there, kind of move it across. I accomplish what I want to get done on the structure to get it sanded. Now, I'm going to be using a tester's glue that I use inside this, so that's why I know how that glue works. I'm happy with that glue. I've been using it for many years on my models. I know how it runs. I know how it moves and flows when it comes out of the nozzle, so I'm ready for it. So I know what to expect. So that's one of the reasons I know what to get ready and prep this model for. I also use a set of Xuron sprue cutters. I don't know why I can't say that today. Those are very, very helpful. They are very sharp. You also will probably use an X-Acto blade as well. Either one will cut you, so you need to be careful when you're cutting these sprue cutters because you're reaching into areas a little tight. But you will also see in this photograph right here, you'll see that there's a little nub left even after you cut it off the sprue. That's left over on the plastic. Well, you don't want that. So you can either use an X-Acto chisel blade and slip it off, or you can use the sprue cutters that you have and kind of chisel it off with that. Either way, you need to get that off of there, or it's going to make the model look really bad if you don't. So cleaning off the sprue leftovers is an important part of modeling skills and techniques that you want to use. Walthers does a pretty good job on these kits, but it doesn't really matter. It's Walthers or anybody else that's building the models. Sprues are sprues, and that's how you deal with it and get it off of there. So a little bit of sanding, a little bit of cutting, trimming, whatever you want to call it, but we're going to get rid of that sprue. And that's our goal in this part of this step. Now, this is a tough one right here. I'll be kind. These set of instructions that came with this particular model are very, very decent. They're decent enough that anybody should be able to follow the steps and use them. I will tell you this, there are certain model kits that are produced by the same manufacturer that don't always have the most friendliest instructions that come with them. This is something that varies from kit to kit, so I guess it depends on whoever the instruction writer is. Instructions is a big deal to me. If I can't get, I will say this. If the instructions don't make sense in the steps, then I need a good visual representation of the model itself with numbers, lines, and indications going to the correct positions. If those drawings or depiction of drawings are not clear, then that will be very frustrating. This is where it becomes important to understand a lot of times construction methods and how to put things together. Sometimes you can look at things and automatically know how it needs to work, and you don't need the instructions. What is important is looking at this kit is how to put things together. There are no notches, there's no key slots or anything like that to put this together. You are stacking each one of those on top of each other. You are in control of putting those lines offset so they have the staggered of a sheet wrap around. In construction, those are individual sheet panels that are wrapped around and go up to form this tank vessel. But if you also look at it, the top piece is a number 50 number, where the other three are all 23s. They also show a number 26 down there, and they leave it up to you where to put 26. There is no designated location to put it. So you need to handle that with kind of kid gloves where you're going to put it and all that. But the quality of the assembly details is very important when trying to assemble models and put them together. So you may have a few extra steps sometimes that don't always get covered in the instructions. I will tell you this, there's one kit out there, and it's a tough one. It's a really good model. It's a really good kit. Has a ton of pieces to it. It's the Walthers diesel facility. Parts of the instructions make sense and parts of them don't. So I do remember years ago, there was a fantastic model railroader article on building that one kit. And what it did, it covered all the bases that were left out in the instruction process that you needed to know to build that kit. There were certain things you needed to know. It wasn't a thing that you could figure it out. If you missed that step, it was difficult to go back and do the correct thing at a later point. So the instructions that are given to models are critical. And I will tell you this, some manufacturers do not have good instruction manuals that come with their models. So Walthers does a pretty good job in most of their kits. So they've come a long ways with some of these for sure. This is a picture of my little tester's bottle with a little glue applicator needle right there. This is what I use. I've been using this for a long time. I like it. It flows well. It doesn't flow too fast, but I also use that needle to get into really tight places. The long needle allows me to get into some tight corners or crevices. But I also know how the glue flows, how long it takes to dry. I know how to use it adequately without putting too much glue into certain situations. But that's one of those things. Now, this particular section of the model, I am gluing before I paint because of the way I have to paint this part of the model. Most of the other sections I did paint on the beginning side to get it done the way I wanted it. So, but this particular part of the model, I actually am gluing ahead on the front side. A lot of modelers make the wrong mistake. They use way too much glue. When you're using glues that dry very fast against plastics, it's not about using a lot of glue. It's a matter of putting glue in the right places so it won't come apart. Now, I don't want to put just one little dab and then have the thing flapping around, but I want to make sure that I obviously get a nice seam or a weld around these pieces so that they bond together correctly. Okay, so that's one of the things I like to use. There are many different glues on the market, but you need to find a glue that fits you, that you're comfortable with, and you're used to, and works good on the type of materials you're actually using. So back to this alignment thing. So as I stack all these pieces up, I want to make sure that each piece is all set about halfway in the middle. So it's not an exact measurement, but I'm pretty darn close to getting lines set up with this kind of stuff. So one of the things that can make a mistake is if you have holes in the top or if you have holes in the bottom that you're going to need to apply extra pieces to at some point during this construction method. You're going to want to make sure that you top out correctly. If you have something that corresponds at the bottom with like the ladders or the holes for the ladder steps and things like that, all that needs to be correctly lined up. So you don't want to get in a hurry in this step. This is something you need to really pay attention to. Excuse me. It's also one of the things that when you're working with these projects like this, this is where the drawing is critical to have a good drawing. You also may go back and look at the picture on the front cover. Having a nice picture is not a bad thing. That's actually a really good thing to go back and reference to as well. It's the old saying, a picture's worth 1,000 words. So sometimes it really is in modeling process. The other thing we want to do, after we've glued this assembly, we want to go ahead and make sure that once the glue is dry, then we can paint, but do not try to attempt to paint while the glue is still wet. Make sure that it's had adequate time to dry. In this particular case, if I had any kind of glue oozing out of the sides or like that, I had a paper towel ready to wipe it instantly. I didn't waste any time, but I took my time building this assembly so I could get a good result. Now, here's me and my trays again. So now you're looking at a couple pieces. You're looking at the roof. You're looking at the decking for the platform on the front of the structures. And then you're also looking at the actual brick masonry type of wall structures on the flip side. Remember, I painted the underside was the interior. So I have flipped these over and I have actually now ready to start doing some painting. The roof was just kind of an ugly kind of gray, if you remember right, on the plastic sprue. I actually painted that silver. I wanted to get that look for a tin roof to look correctly. The other thing, and I'm going to talk about it here in a little while, right now I'm just working with a structure, and I'm going to talk about a couple of things that I think are critical when we're talking about what the age of the building is or what its purpose is and things like that. I also used a primer brown that I was able to use on the wood, and it turned out really nice. But now you're starting to see that plastic sprue. If I was just building this thing, that plastic is ugly. It would have turned out to be a disaster. Well, I've got to change that. But I'm also in this thing, I'm talking about the different colors. Different materials have different colors. Tin roofs typically are more silverish or have something kind of a light gray silver type look with a lot of roofs. I like different construction materials. So if it's wood, I want to get more of a wood look. If it's concrete, I want to get more of a concrete look. If it's steel, it could be new steel, it could be old steel. If it's masonry, sky's the limit. You can paint brick any color you want to. You have original brick, and then there's bricks based on their natural colors. Well, I'm from Georgia, the United States. So in the United States of Georgia, there used to be a lot of brick companies along the rivers down here in Georgia because we had lots of clay. Well, with lots of clay came what we call Georgia red clay. So a lot of the brick structures had that Georgia red clay look. So even some of the clay they got, or bricks that got exported, would go out of the country, but they were using Georgia clay to make the brick. So a lot of times products are made based on the region of the country that maybe the products come from and stuff. That all depends on the era. Today's generation, products get shipped and moved all over the country, so it's kind of hard to ever tell where stuff originally comes from. So I'm going back to these tanks. So as we build in these, each one has different shapes. They look different. I do want to verify before I put this last top out on these. Excuse me. I may want to, there may be a slight variation, so I want to make darn sure. And there was. One of these tanks accepts a ladder that comes up to it. All the others have a hole in the top for the vent pipe. And but I want to make sure that I have a really good seat for putting that last top on before I get it going. You do need to be very careful, especially in a model like this, where most of the pieces look exactly the same. And it can be kind of fooling. So it is critical to look at the numbers on the sprues. When we're trying to build a model, we want it to look right. And the steps were one of the things that I called on this sprue. There were two sets of steps. They look very, very close, but they were not exactly the same, and they did have different part numbers. These tanks are the same type of situation. They all look about the same till you find the one little different variation in them. Excuse me. So now I've actually got out the shaker can of spray paint, and I sprayed the exterior portion of the walls. I applied it with a very, very light coat, and I thought it turned out really well. Now it's a little different on this one because I actually used a shinier coat versus a flat coat on this, but I thought it looked really, really cool the way this was going to turn out. So this is what it's still just a little wet, just hit it. I took the picture, but I wanted you to see this coating. Now I mentioned something a few minutes ago. The building when we first looked at the model from Walthers on the front box looked totally different. What this is doing is we're allowing ourselves to see this model. I'm not building this model to be a model from the 1960s. I'm taking this building as if it's being refurbished and it's being used or repurposed, and which many, many buildings are done over the years. They're still perfectly good structures, but we're going to use it maybe for a different application or maybe use it for a new facility that's being upgraded. So this is when it's an opportunity to change colors, do different things. You're the artist. You have the right to change the look of anything you want to make it fit your need. So if you're a modern day railroader and you're putting something together, you could have modern trains running it. When you look at the box, say, well, that's like a 1960s building. Well, there's still 1960s buildings standing around, but instead of making it look at all dilapidated, we take the time to put it together and turn it into a nicer, a newer refurbished type of structure. So when I painted this, I was real happy with this. And as you notice, I kept this stuff still all on the sprues. So it makes it a heck of a lot easier spraying. I really don't like getting red paint on everything. So real cautious when I start using paints of that kind of coloration. Now I spray painted, and this is what's interesting. I think y'all might be like this. The roof I did use the silver on, and I talked about I used the flat brown on the decking loading docks, and then I used a flat gray primer on the where the tanks are actually going to be seated on. I find it quite interesting when you start using different colors, how each one of the grays and things like that, how each one of these things look. But I wanted you to see that you can weather these roofs. You could put streaks of a little bit of rust coming off the top line. You could have a heavy rust if it was a really, really old building. It's really not where I'm going with this. This is something different. I'm trying to make this building be an updated building. So I want to get these base coats down. So that's why I'm putting all these different slides and showing you the different colors, how this stuff looks. But it's so unique to start using these colors, and I'm brightening up the building. Now I topped out the stacks. They are dry. I've notified where the holes are. I know one section is going to need the ladder in it, so I know I'm paying attention to all this because this is all going to come together how I want this model to finish out. But this is an area where I'm kind of at a point of no return. Once I put that glue on there, this thing is kind of basically welded together, so I needed to get it right. But you'll see that seam or that line is all set in a staggering type position going down. It's also going to be critical because we're getting ready to do some painting on these models. The top half is going to be white, and this last little ring down at the bottom is going to be a black section. Some of you may have been wondering, I used a spray enamel testers. I don't know if you can get all this stuff anymore. Sometimes it's hard to find certain paints and colors. You have to kind of look around what you can find. It was a shiny red that I used on the facing of the building, but the way it turned out, that gloss red didn't get too glossy once it dried. It actually dried really, really nice. But I don't want to use a lot of glosses in an area. But I will tell you this, there are times when a glossy paint, if you're going to be using a lot of decals, things like that, a glossy paint will work better and adhere to whatever your surface area is if you're going to be using a lot of decals. You could actually come back and apply a dull coat finish on it and seal the decal down and also give it back to a flat look versus a shinier look. But I think the overall is going to come out looking pretty cool on this. Now, what was interesting, I like buying what we call the military colors, military paints. And I still using shaker cans, everybody. This whole model has been done with shaker cans. I did not break out the airbrush on any of this. This is what you call a camouflage gray. It's made by Testers, but it was part of their military or different section of model sections when you go to buy paints. I think I bought this can at Hobbytown USA Kennesaw, and they had a really cool selection of a variety of different sprays that I was able to dig through there and find out what I wanted. I didn't want just the bright colors. I'm looking for the kind of dulls and flats, olive drabs, things like that. That's what I'm looking for industrial type stuff. So gray, not all grays are built the same. If you remember in the earlier slide, I painted that one platform where the tanks are going. That was also a flat gray that I used from the can from one of the big box stores, lumber stores. But this is a different type of gray, so it totally looks with a different effect. And I wanted that. I wanted a different gray. I didn't want to have that deep, dark battleship gray. I wanted that light gray. Well, the reason I wanted that light gray is I'm using it on these window panes, the staircases, and some other apparatuses. And I can always come back and hand paint pipe, stuff like that. But I wanted to get some of the bigger stuff painted where I can do it all in one spray and get it done. So doors and windows, I'm using this type of gray versus that deep, dark, medium gray. So back to this idea, I verify which parts I'm going to need. I'm going to go ahead and cut them from the sprues. The paint has dried. It turned out really nice. But I also go back and I take it and hold it and sand. After I cut it off the sprue, I do sand these parts. So if I've got any paint down these edges or on the bottoms, I want to make sure that I kind of hit it with a quick zap of sanding so it makes it a little bit easier to start my gluing process again. All right, so I have assembled the building partially at this point. I've actually come back and put it back together. The doors are assembled from the inside. The window pane is inserted from the back side. And then you put your clear hazing also or window glazing inside there as well. But I had to start this process to start getting it put together. As you see, the wood looks really good, like it's a fairly newly stained decking. I could beat it up, scratch it up, put a little bit of a weathering of gray in there if I wanted to make it look new and used. But I also wanted to make sure these walls are squared up and all that. And so all this is real critical, and I wanted the glue to dry. But I wanted to get access before I put that back wall on there to make sure I had all my window panes put in and everything's set up correctly and it looks decent. But this is a new type of look I wanted for this building. This is a repurposed building. I'm not going with the original old beat up design. I'm not building 1960s. I may be building 1980s or 90s in here where this building was still useful. Went back to the inside a little bit. You'll see I got a little bit of gunk from the glue just to hit the paint, but it still all went back together just fine on the interior. But when you look through the windows, you won't be looking at that factory drabby plastic in there. You'll see it. You'll see the white tones in there is what you're going to see. So I just shot this one so you can see it. One thing I did like about this kit, they do have some little ledger boards here, little plastic where you can put your wall up and you have something for it to lean against. They also have the other tab that fits in the open groove, and they also wedge out at the 45-degree angle down the side panels. So when you're putting together your structural walls in this kit, this will actually go together nicely and square up fairly nicely. I also keep a square around too, just to make sure I go square. I also keep a tool with the flat bottom. Sometimes I use it with the magnets just to put a platform in there or put walls in, stuff like that. I'll use that to help me put my structures back together. Okay, back to the tanks. So a lot of you may have never done masking before, or maybe you've thought about it and say, well, I want to get two tones on this, but how do I do that? Well, I want to get the two tones as well. So what I did is I went ahead and masked it off. This was the part where I was actually about to do the black paint on the bottom. So I actually used what they call frog tape. I've used the painter's tape before. I've used the blue tape. I don't like it. It leaves too much of a gunky residue on it. I've actually used to use drafting tape years ago. Regular masking tape gets too dry too fast and tends to leave. It's hard to break it apart sometimes. I'm just not happy with that. Drafting tape used to work really, really good. Harder to find nowadays, but this frog tape is fantastic. So if you've never used frog tape, you can get it at one of the big box hardware stores, and they do sell it. It's a little more expensive, but I tell you, it's worth it. Definitely try it out if you've never tried it before. It's worth it. So not all tapes are the same, so you definitely want to look at doing that. So doing it. But I want to make sure in the critical area, I've got everything covered. I don't want paint sneaking in. You got to remember, I'm using black and white paint here. I do not want any black paint getting in this part of the structure. That is my fine line where the black and the white are going to separate right there. This is why I wanted that frog tape. I want to seal that down where I get a nice fine line, because if I screw it up, it's going to show up really good. And I don't want that. All right, back to the building. Got my roof assembly on, made sure everything fit just right in there. Start putting it all together. But my effect is turning out exactly kind of the way I wanted this to. I didn't want it to look like that old building. And as I assembled it all, the roof, everything has come back together. Now I could come back and weather this building if I want to and do some light weathering or something like that. But I'm really satisfied with the way it's turning out. And that's what I wanted to share with you, how you go about doing these kind of kits. Because I'm using more of a new updated type of building, that's what I'm looking for. I want to give buildings a second life or a new vision where they want to go. And so my generation, if I'm looking at an older building, this is how I can do it. Not too many major changes in the coloration, but just enough to give it a different look. And if you've probably seen this in certain industrial areas, you see where they still use stuff and they freshen it up. The one thing I haven't done that I thought about is I could have gone in here and put either a brass or a silver doorknob in here. Just different things I can do, little details to put in there if I want to. I got my tank, my base down, and my tank looks pretty good. This is what I painted. And if you realize it, when it's just straight plastic without any paint on it at all, you don't even see this texture right here. Now, me personally, I would probably want to ballast it just like they did on the cover of the box. But I was quite impressed. There is a texture on this berm This could actually be a concrete berm versus a ballasted type of berm, which are very possible in some construction methods. If it was a newer facility, it's very possible it would be concrete, not ballast. You can still put ballast down here in the tank areas down here, but this would probably be a concrete berm. But I was impressed once I painted it, it really brought out the look that you can't see with straight plastic. And it doesn't have that sheen like the plastic anymore. It has more of an outdoorsy type, like it's been faded just a little bit and flattened a little bit. But this is an area where you definitely want to, you could use ballast and put down for rocks after you get your tanks glued down. All right. So the tanks with the color, I didn't leave these plastic white like from the factory direct, okay? These are actually painted flat white, and this is painted flat black down here. So I wanted y'all to be aware of that in this clinic, that I actually did paint the two separate lines for this clinic. And then when you put it all together, it turns out really nicely. I haven't put the decals on this yet. I'm not sure what I'm going to do yet. That's one reason I haven't done it. The decals will change the look of what I've got. But some of their decals sounded a little older, so I may give it a new fresh name or a fresh look to the structure to change the name of the company and stuff like that. But I love the idea of the contrast, the way it looked and all that stuff. As I said, when you open a brand new model kit, you start looking at different things and you realize, hey, I want to get a different look. And when you just look at the model right out of the box, it doesn't look very exciting. And it's hard sometimes to get excited and say, it's supposed to turn into this. Doesn't always work that way. A few simple steps changes the whole way we look on the outlook of where we're going to go with this. So when you put it all back together, we're starting to set up the scene. And as I said, this was more about the modeling aspect, not building the scene. That's why you don't see all the ballast yet and everything else. I could probably do a whole nother clinic just on setting it up and doing all the other stuff. But I wanted you to see how it all kind of comes together to change this look and to get in a newer type of look on it. Once you put it on your railroad, then you can figure out where your tracks are going to be and how it's all going to stage out. I put on here, obviously you can add lights. You can put your railroad track in there with some kind of loading facility. You can add a more of a parking area or a loadout area for trucks. You can put people working all around the structure, which brings out, now it's starting to get a personality to it. You can set up debris around the yard, or you could put hoses inside the tank area in here. Maybe you can have a fire extinguisher, signage for dangerous, explosive and all that kind of stuff. All those little details, as you start to put them, and would change this whole scene around. But as I said, what you use for decals today would be totally different than what they would have used for decals back in the 1960s. So if you were following today's more modern type of safety regulations, the decaling and the safety stuff and all that would look totally different than it would have been 40 years ago, 50 years ago. So you definitely want to be appropriate with your signage to make sure it meets the right generation. You could also put out coolers. You could put out garbage cans, stuff like that out in the field, stuff like that. All that stuff kind of helps bring the scene together. That's my presentation. That's where I'm kind of at. I wanted to bring all that together to y'all today. I appreciate your time watching. I hope you got something out of it. I'll probably do another type of clinic where we actually put the whole scene together. But I really wanted to get that feel across how this thing, how it really stops to work. Let me do the stop sharing thing here. All right, Perry, you there?
I most certainly am, Walt.
All right.
That was interesting.
Okay.
First big question that's popped up, Walt, can you elaborate on your glue applicator with the needle? Is the glue source tube or liquid? If tube, how do you keep the needle clean?
It is a liquid glue. It doesn't glue. Actually, it does not dry super fast. I've got a little bit of working time, setup time on it. So I'm not really in a dilemma where I probably have more about 30 seconds to 45 seconds to work with it. But that's a little metal needle, and you actually keep a little wire that you can actually insert down the tube to clean out if it gets dried out. I do put my lid on very quickly after I use it. I do not leave the lid off. I've learned after many years that's not a really good idea. So,
Yeah.
but it does.
Yeah.
It has a little finger thing where it has a little rounded end, and then you can stick that fine wire down directly into the tube and clean out the glue insert. And that's a tester's glue is what that is.
Okay.
Good
Very
question.
cool. Yeah. Um, on the structure, the way you're modeling it now, you've gotten a nice, what looks to me like to be a nice color for what I think was a brick structure.
Mhm.
What would you use from this point then on that structure to fill in your mortar lines?
I'm probably going to come back with my pan pastels and do a light black on the mortar lines, probably just to give that little bit of a shadow effect. I
Okay.
might come back with a little bit of a light color, but it would be a very, 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 very light coating on it. I'd rather get the black in there first to set up that shadowy effect.
Could
Pan
you
pastel would be the way to go for me on that.
could you use a really thin wash to put in the shadow?
You could. I actually have a wash. I wanted to try it. I didn't. I ran out of time really trying to get all this done. But I do have a wash that I want to try. And then there was another clinic on here earlier. He has some products, and I may try one of his. Um, and I would try a very, very thinned out white. It's to get that wash effect. I did see where Rapidio has a wash, but I can't find it in the United States. It's used for giving that faded look or whatever. And I was wanting to try that as well. So there are some products out there. I just need to try some new stuff that's come out.
Have you tried any of the Tamiya washes?
I have not tried the Tamiya washes. No.
They're nice. I mean, just personal opinion.
Yeah, I have tried where I make my own wash. I use turpentine and I'll use a oil-based burnt sienna or something like that, and then I use a dry wash. I'll use a dry brush and get it on there, and I've used that kind of wash where does great on like freight cars and all. But on
Yep.
building, it's a little different. I don't want to get the building looking roughed up too bad. That the black pan pastels would seat probably in that mortar just right. So
You may very well be right. Um, as an alternative, maybe to trying to fill something to form the mortar joints. Have you ever tried this? Because I have once. I sprayed the outside of the building also in white, and then very lightly coated the surface of the bricks with the brick red color that I wanted to use, and it left the white down in the recesses where the mortar might be.
it'd be worth a try. I haven't done it personally myself, but that'd probably be worth a try. Yeah.
Okay.
What's interesting, and keep this in mind, that's an oil business. So that was one of the reasons I also mentioned about the black, because if you've got grime and stuff like that, it would be appropriate in that kind of condition.
Yes, but yeah, thinking about
But
that,
you
it's especially since in its old days they weren't quite in its older days they might not have been quite as careful with where oil got and grime got, and so even if somebody's cleaned it, you're never going to get all of that grime.
right. You also have where it looks like the trucks would come through that distinguished area right there. So your diesel exhaust would probably have a lot of effect right there as well.
Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah. I doubt the fireplace would be used much on that old structure, but it's
Nope.
but it's the kind of thing that's still left over in an old building. But there's lots of buildings like that. That's what's so fascinating. When you go out to industrial areas and they don't want to tear it down if it's still useful. They'll try to use it as long as they can, as long as it meets all the fire and safety standards and all that.
Yep. What is this one going to be when you get it to its point of completion?
I'd like to have it as like a more of a local oil yard, not necessarily a rail-fed facility, but I wanted to back up to some railroad tracks, but it'd be more like for local trucks that pick up diesel fuel, take out to the job sites for heavy equipment. Go out, those kind of trucks would go in there.
Very cool. That sounds interesting. And
But I
are
want to
you
use it as a backdrop against a railroad track line, but not necessarily rail served.
mm.
Yeah.
have the remnants of you might have the remnants of of the road bed, but no track to it.
Very possible. That would probably be a good idea. I've done that before on a model, so yeah.
Abandoned rail line.
Yeah, it was funny. Somebody was telling me there was a old car down in Savannah at the place where my dad used to work back in the 60s and 70s, and they left that car down there for years, apparently, an old tank car. And that might actually be a good place to put a scene like that, just to leave an old tank car. He said they cut off the tracks from it, so it was impossible to ever get the car out, so they just left the car there. They weren't smart enough to get the car out first when they cut the rail.
Yeah, no kidding. Boy, I wonder what the EPA would say about that now.
I think that's why they had to finally get the car out of there.
Depending on what was in that tank car.
Yeah,
Wonderful.
I hope everybody enjoyed that. I hope it's something a little different. I try to bring a fresh new look, and I hope there's a lot of new modelers out there today too that joined us that maybe just getting into messing with these kits and first time maybe trying to figure out how to work with these things. I mean,
there have been a couple in this room earlier, and they were posting questions about sites and where to go looking for information for beginners. And I pointed them to there have been some very good beginners clinics in the SERx and NMRAX material, and so I pointed him there, and then also just out to YouTube in general. But there's been some good stuff in here.
Yeah, it's good.
I liked your approach to this clinic.
Yeah, just a little different. I mean, like I said, I can do a step 2 to it as well, so I may end up doing that. So.
That might be really interesting for then later for NMRAX.
I try to finish it out where I put all the final details. Like I said, there's kind of 2 steps. Anytime you're doing a model, you're doing the model itself, and then you're finishing the model scene itself. So it's really a 2-stage process.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, that's where you start putting the decals and the names, the signage, the people, the little scrap around, all that stuff. That's when you start adding all that in there.
Someone's pet dog.
Your little $30 bottle is going to be nothing compared to all the detail stuff you put in there.
No kidding. Oh, tell me about it.
So.
Any other questions out there in across the planet? I haven't seen more than the one about your glue source.
That's fine. That's good.
Brad?
Glue.
Yeah, okay, what we usually find with the clinics like these, Walt, is all the questions are usually answered through a really well and thought out clinic, so it's often hard to come up with these questions. So I'd just like to say, yeah, thanks for a really, really well put together clinic, and I definitely look forward to part 2, and I'll make sure Speed or someone's definitely going to be in touch to get a hold of you.
Yeah, that's part of modeling, man. That's what we have fun doing, man. That's what we do. So we like sharing and educating. So
it is Walt's one of the instructors in our training camp program, and he enjoys it and he's good at it.
Yep. It felt good to do it. I've been so busy doing all the other stuff lately. It's kind of nice to do actually a modeling project. I hadn't done one in a while. So that was fun. All right. Well, thank you guys.
Okay,
you got a couple more minutes left, Brad?
We've got a couple of more minutes if you want to go on with anything, or I can roll over to some ads.
No, just I've enjoyed the day. I've enjoyed the clinics that we've seen, and it's funny. I was talking about the paints. I have also used some of these other paints that I like. The military, they use the military reference to it, but like burnt metal, stuff like that. There's some neat effects you can do with some of those the shaker can paints that you can't necessarily always get. But I like that. I like for doing coal cars. I like using that burnt metal. Also around, I've used that same color around a, what do you call it? The sawdust burners for wood chip mills. The sawdust burners always have that weird look to them because of the heat. And that paint it's a burnt metal look, and it's not your everyday color paint. So I also use them to spray the interior of a hopper car where the coal's been loaded. It's a different effect that you get inside of the interior of a hopper car. So different paints have different looks, but when you want to do a bunch of one thing and you don't want to break out the airbrush, it's an alternative to use shaker cans still to try to get some projects done and stuff. So not afraid to buy them at all. If you mask off stuff correctly, they're still very, very useful in how you do it and stuff. But the primers are good that we can get at the big box hardware stores. There is some good stuff out there. So, and their spray kind of gives you a nice fan effect, and that's one of the reasons I like using them, because it's not a big blob on whatever you're painting. So for modeling, it gives you a nice spray without losing control of it. So, yeah, who's our next clinician coming up?
Craig Lang.
Oh, okay, good. All right. Well, I guess I'm going to head out of this room in just a second and then let him come in. And I'm just going to hit leave. Am I correct?
Yeah, you just hit
Yes, sir.
leave. I'm going to roll to some ads and we'll be with the final clinic very shortly.
All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Enjoy.
Thank you, Walt.
All right.
Good afternoon, folks. We are back live again here in room 2 for our final clinic of the day. Our final clinic of today is going to be from Craig Lang. Craig Lang is going to talk about Prince, West Virginia, modeling a real place using an in-scale T-track module. Personally, I've been looking forward to this clinic all day. I somehow that sounds like a really interesting subject. Our next presenter is a resident of Athens, Tennessee. I've actually been there, near the Smoky Mountains, and is a geography professor at the University of Tennessee at Chattanooga. I would really like to welcome you to Craig Lang and his presentation today.
Oh, thank you, Perry. Um, I have a short introductory overview video. It's about a minute 45 seconds. So you can see the module before I talk about it. Everything that you'll see in it, I'll talk about as we go along. So if we could see that right now, that would be great. Oh, thank you very much. All right, as introduced, my name is Craig Lang. I live in Tennessee, but I model West Virginia and West Virginia railroading. I grew up in West Virginia. In my teenage years, I got into model railroading and modeled and scratch built a few buildings in the south central part of the state. Got interested in the New River Gorge and wanted to model a part of the New River Gorge. I got out of the hobby as like a lot of people did for a number of years, raising a family and get settled in a career. Just got back in the hobby 4 or 5 years ago, and this is my first project since that, and wanted to do New River Gorge. So I started looking at places in the gorge to model. The Chesapeake and Ohio's main line runs through the gorge. Didn't want to model Thurman. Thurman's probably the most often modeled community in the gorge, so I avoided that and settled on this community of Prince because of the depot that you see here, a picture of the depot at night. It's a very unique story to that structure. So just kind of a quick overview. What I'll do is I'll talk a little bit about the history of Prince and the story of the Chesapeake and Ohio through the New River
Okay,
Gorge.
Craig, you are not sharing.
Oh my goodness. Okay. What happened there? It should be now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you want me to start over again or they heard me? Okay, okay. Um, Listen, my name is Craig Lang. I live in East Tennessee now, but I grew up in West Virginia. Um, Grew up near the coal fields. My grandparents lived in the coal fields and was always interested in the southern part of West Virginia, and particularly the New River Gorge, where the Chesapeake and Ohio passed through. I got into model railroading as a teenager and scratch built a couple buildings in the gorge and in that area of West Virginia, but got out of the hobby like a lot of people did, get settled in a career and raise a family. So got back in the hobby 4 or 5 years ago. This T-track module is my first project since coming back. And I wanted to model something in the New River Gorge. I'd always had an interest in it, always did papers about the New River Gorge in college when I had to do a paper and could do it. And so I settled on Prince. There's some very modeled places in the New River Gorge like Thurmond. Tried to stay away from some of those well-known places. But I settled on Prince here in the depot and the area around the depot in Prince because of the unique story and unique history, particularly of that depot that you see there at night. So what I'd like to do in this presentation is three things. First, I'll talk a little bit about the story of Prince and the story of the CNO through the New River Gorge. Talk a little bit about T-track modules, the pros and cons of T-track modules, and how I had to alter a T-track module really to model this area. And then talk about some of the signature structures on my module, talk about scratch building structures. So a little bit about, there's my module that you saw in the video and reference to places that I'll talk about. All of those except for the residence on the left here. That's a Woodland Scenics trailer. Everything else is scratch built structures, and I'll talk about those as we go along. But just as a reference point, the station there, the red house behind it, a former grocery store called the Prince Paquette, that's nothing but cinder blocks and a sign now. The residence that you see there, that's a trailer. I will model a house. I'll talk about that later. The Prince Brother General Store on the left, some fish camps, and the Coffin Daffer crosses down along the river. But I'll talk more about those as I go along. Just a little bit about Prince and the Chesapeake and Ohio through the New River Gorge. Since I am modeling a real place, a little bit of context and understanding the arrangement of the community, I think, is important. Here is an old system map of the Chesapeake and Ohio Railway. Prince sits right on the main line in south central West Virginia. So this was a very busy place in the day, and really today it still is, with Amtrak Cardinal passing through here, coming through 3 times a week, I think. Here's a Google Earth view of Prince. As you see, Prince settled there in the New River Gorge. I'll show another picture that shows a little bit better how the environment of the gorge is there. It's a pretty deep gorge. And the town of Beckley, if you'll notice in the bottom left of the photo, is a much larger community of Beckley. If you lived in Beckley and you wanted to ride the train in the CNO, you had to make about a 7-8 mile journey down into the gorge to catch the train at the Prince Depot. Here is a closer view of Prince and the CSX, now CSX, former CNO main line. The CNO followed the river through most of its courses. You'll see just to the west of Prince, it doesn't follow that stretcher neck. It cuts through a tunnel there at Prince and then follows the New River as well. Many modelers may recognize a community just to the east of Prince, down here at the bottom right of the photo, community of Quinnamont, very noted CNO combination cabin and station there. But there sits Prince in the gorge. Here's a better view of the gorge itself, and you can see the steep slopes. This is looking at Prince, looking from the east, looking toward the west. And so you can see the gorge there. And one of the challenges that I had with this project, to me, modeling a community in the New River Gorge, I wanted to show the river to the ridgetop. So I wanted to model from the river, at least a part of the river, up to this ridgetop just to the right of Prince. So that proposed a little bit of a challenge. And I'll show you how I address that by altering the module a little bit. Here is a rather unique photograph looking at prints from the other side of the river. The date of this is somewhere between 1917 and 1946, just simply because of the depot that you see there was the second depot in Prince, built in 1947, and then torn down in 1946 for the depot that I've modeled. But the Prince Brother General Store, that's a building that is on the National Register of Historic Places. It is modeled on the module, and I'll show you that later. Since I'm modeling current day, the building to the left of this general store wasn't modeled, but there was in the day some other buildings around that general store. So here's a closer up view in Google Earth of the community of Prince. Probably 120, 130 people in the community. And really, Prince has a residential section that you see to the east there. And the area that I modeled in the rectangle is where the station is and the general store, Prince Brothers General Store, the white structure on the far left. And then there's a couple other houses in there. So the real iconic structures of the town of Prince are the station and the general store. So that's why I modeled that part of the community rather than the residential area a little further east. So here's a close-up view of that area modeled with the river in the foreground, the CSX, formerly C&O main line. There's the station, very long platform. I had to selectively compress that platform. House in the top right is modeled. The former Prince Paquette, just cinder blocks and a sign, that's all that remains, so that's modeled. That residence that you see there with the orange roof, I am scratch building that right now, so that's where the trailer is right now. But so the trailer is just a placeholder, but a trailer on a hill is really a good West Virginia scene, so that provides a good little placeholder till I can model that, finish modeling it. And then the general store on the far left. So you can see the river here, and one of the challenges was how to model that river and the ridgetop, because as we'll see with T-track modules, you only have 1.5 inches from the first track to the edge of the layout. So I'll talk a little bit about that as we go along. Here are photos of those structures. 3 photos from different elevations of the depot, a 1946 brick Art Deco building that I'll talk more about later, the general store, the 2 houses. The house in the top right, there's a photo of it in 1946 and a photo in 2019. Those were the only 2 photos that I had to model that structure. Every photo after 1946, there's so many trees around it from the road that you can't really see it. So so those are the structures that are part of the module. And there's the arrangement. A lot of selective compression, particularly with the platform and distances between the depot and the general store to fit on my module. My module is a 3-foot T-track module. T-track modules come in 1 foot, 2 foot, 3 foot, and 4 foot lengths. This is a 3-foot long one. All right, let me talk a little bit about T-track modules if people aren't familiar with them, and some of the pros and cons of using them, and how I had to alter the module and the module standards. Well, it's not really a standard, but there wasn't anything written about what I could do to that front, so I'll talk about that. 2 providers, there may be more. I'm familiar with CMR products that provide a very wide range of lengths, depths, and types of T-track modules. My module is a masterpiece module kit, very easy to put together. Is about a $30 kit. You can see the triple wide one there, and a whole variety of other types of those, are at least the in-scale modules. But what about these T-track modules? some of the advantages, some of the pros of these T-Track modules is their size. They're very portable. The photograph that you see there of my SUV, my RAV4, I had a friend at church construct out of PVC pipe so it could be taken apart. A couple shelves. I've got a 3 foot long module at the top. I've got a couple corners, curves in the middle, and then there's space at the bottom for another module. So you could potentially have in that space and the way that had that constructed, you could have 3 3 foot modules in the back end of that SUV. So very portable, and sizes are very, particularly the shorter the foot and the 2 foot long ones. Very easy to assemble, very easy to break down at train shows. You'll notice in the photograph in the top right, this was at Charleston, West Virginia, back in the spring when I presented with some of the guys in the NMRA Coal River Division in that area. And T-Track modules are just on banquet tables. Now, there's pros and cons to that. There's no need for legs because you put them on those banquet tables, as you can see there. But there are some disadvantages of that as well. What are the cons? What are the disadvantages? Size could be a disadvantage as well. A 1 foot, 2 foot T-Track module is pretty small. And even with the 3 foot longs or the 4 foot longs that they call quad, you're still only able to model the narrow space along the tracks. I mean, most of these T-Track modules are 13 inches deep. Mine's 14 inches. It's considered a deep one. And so when you take a couple inches for the track in the front, you've got 10 inches or less deep to model. So that can be somewhat of a challenge. And I've found that to be, as I try to plan future modules, that the biggest challenge is that depth problem. And the use of the banquet tables, I mean, it is at a low height when you take it to shows. And you can see the bottom photograph is the National T-Track layout in Salt Lake City last summer. And you can see that those tables, they come up to a person's waist or a little less. And so you get a give and take without any legs. It's easy to assemble and break down, but it doesn't have the height that gives you the ability to look at it at I think, a more realistic view. So here is a sketch of my masterpiece module, 3 foot long, 36 inches, what's called a triple 14 deep. That 14 inches is a little deeper than most modules. There are some that are 20 inches deep, but that requires a special size on the back side of it. But this is the space that you have, very long linear. Now, when I got back in the hobby a few years ago, 2017, I went to the National Train Show in Orlando, and that's where I first saw T-Track modules. But it intrigued me because you are somewhat limited on the depth, but the length is a little more. So you get this linear space along the tracks. And as someone who wanted to model the New River Gorge, most of those settlements in the gorge are very linear because of the small space that you have down at the bottom of the gorge by the river, because the mountain slopes up pretty quick behind you. So at least modeling the New River Gorge, this kind of linear space really was kind of ideal. Now, here's the challenge that I had. If you'll notice on this diagram, I've highlighted in red this 1.5 inches in the front. The first track needs to be 1.5 inches back from the front of the module. Well, that gave me no room to model the river. And to me, if I was going to model a New River Gorge community, I had to show the river somehow. I looked and looked, and I found no standards or limitations on what you could do toward the front of that. I don't know that you want to bring it out too far because then you kind of bring it out past the table and people could bump into it. But what I decided to do was to bring the front of the module out 5 inches. So I extended the front of the module 5 inches. The track that you see there is the first track. So that's an inch and a half back from the front. So I added 5 inches to the front. So that way I could model the river, and you can see the styrofoam pieces I have there to represent the river bank up to the level of the track. That was probably the biggest challenge that I had with this project is making that decision and figuring out how to do that. So I've got a few photographs here of a sequence of photographs of the construction of the module. You can see the module there in the back, the fits together and glues together very, very well. I did use these T-track modules connect to each other on these banquet tables by Kato Unitrack. It extends over the module just a tiny little bit. I don't know if you can see it back in this slide that they just snap together with this Kato Unitrack. Kato Unitrack, there's more realistic track, and maybe in future modules I'll use it. But since this was the first one that I was doing and been in it a while, I went ahead and used Kato Unitrack for the whole 3 feet for both main lines. Couple of things about the Kato Unitrack that challenged me was Kato Unitrack somewhat high. And for me to get the station platform to the level of the track, I had to bring up the whole module a little bit. So I just put a 1/4 inch of cork. You can see it in the background here of the photo to help bring the station platform up to track level. And then I just simply weathered the track and ties. I think I used Woodland Scenics pins for rusted rail and round ties and that type of thing. And then just use some black and rust washes on the ballast and the track just to try to make it a little more realistic. So here is again a sequence of photographs showing the construction. So there's the extension to show the river in the front. I've taped over the track laid there and started to lay out with this was using Woodland Scenics plaster, that fine plaster, I forget the name of it, to represent part of the platform and the station and the highway 41 or Stanford Road that runs in front of the general store and then curves back behind the depot. And what I've labeled there are the locations of where those buildings will be. So here's further progress. I use Sculpt-A-Mold in the front there to cover those styrofoam pieces. I use some Woodland Scenics Ready Rocks you see at the left. And then just styrofoam in the back to build up the gorge starting the hill up behind the road. Here's a little further progress and just working on some estimations of a backdrop there. What you see there is ground cover. Most of that, since this was a small module and it wasn't a lot of grass, I used Hecky static grass mats. Very pleased with their look. Particularly from about 2-3 foot away, they really begin to look better than maybe if you look right up on them. But most of that is Hecky static grass. And you can see in the back left there, a Scenic Express super tree. The trees that you'll see are mostly Scenic Express super trees, some lichen, but mostly Scenic Express super trees. You'll see a couple of buildings there. On the left is a Woodland Scenics Market. That's where the general store was built, but I got this module together and used some kits as stand-ins till I finished modeling them. So that building isn't the actual general store. And also the depot that you see there is a Blair Line kit. Well, it's actually 2 Blair Line kits, the C&O standard passenger depot. And that was built just to serve as a stand-in until I built the station. Just one thing about the backdrop that you see there, I'm starting to stitch together images. Actually, that's a ridge here in Tennessee. That's not actually a ridge in the New River Gorge. It's actually photos of a ridge here in East Tennessee. But one of the things that I realized as I started this, if I was going to put a backdrop on there, the backdrop had to be flush with the edge of the module that you see right here, because in the case it shows if these two 14 inches modules butt up together, there's no space in that gap for this foam board backdrop. So I took a 3/4 inch square piece of wood, made sure when I laid the styrofoam that I left that square space there, and then just attached this backdrop from the bottom underneath through this piece of wood and through the foam board onto the strip of wood. That way, the back of the module is flush with the module, and it doesn't extend out any, causing any problems in assembly at shows and whatnot. There's a further, not much difference. That backdrop has been changed. You'll notice in the later pictures that the backdrop doesn't have the seam. I took that to the National Train Show last year like that. After the National Train Show, I got into Photoshop and figured out how to stitch photos together seamlessly. You can see the construction here of the house. It's styrene and wood. Getting closer to completion. Now some of the trees are going in, try to blend those with the backdrop, and trying to finish up the river. The river is sculptamold mostly, and those rocks that you see embedded in the plaster are the Woodland Scenics Ready rocks. They have a line called creek bed rocks that are long and linear like that. And so that provided a good kind of representation along the river. So modeling this place required scratch building structures. You can see from those other photographs that I used kits as just stand-ins. Let me talk about these. Let me talk about the station at Prince. The station that I modeled, the 1946 Art Deco brick building, is actually the third C&O depot at Prince. You can see the combination station and tower, or what the C&O called cabins, at Prince around 1900. That structure was destroyed in a fire in 1917. In its place was the structure you see at the bottom right, and lasted until 1946. And at that point, the Art Deco brick depot was put in its place. You'll notice these photographs. Let me just give a shout out to the role that historical societies can play, railroad historical societies can play when you're modeling a real place. I mean, the archives of the Chesapeake and Ohio Historical Society was invaluable to this project in the photos that they provided at their website. Very interesting story. As the C&O was coming out of the Second World War, the head of the C&O, Young, wanted to really modernize and really to showcase what modern passenger railroading could be. So there are a lot of plans made to modernize facilities. This is actually a drawing of what could potentially be the Richmond, Virginia station. It never was built, but you can see the lines and the architecture styling there is a very modern type of structure. Part of the plans was to replace the Prince Depot. This is a drawing by the C&O for the replacement station. If you'll notice, it's not Art Deco. It's a colonial Virginia kind of design, but this was a proposed plan for Prince that was never built. The Art Deco structure went out. Here's some architectural drawings of the proposed design for Alderson, West Virginia's depot. This design very similar to the station that was built at Prince, but this depot at Alderson never was built either. Alderson still to this day has the old standard wood old standard wood C&O depot. So there was this plan to modernize a lot of company property and stations. What eventually happens is that the Prince Depot is the only one built on the C&O lines. You saw drawings for Richmond, for Alderson, and other places, but in actuality, the only real modern Art Deco station built after the Second World War was in Prince. And that is why I wanted to model Prince, because of that historical precedent. So here is this depot under construction from the track side. Here is a view from the street side. And here is a photo of it. I'm not exactly sure when that date was, but post-construction. What you see on the right-hand side is an article that appeared in Railway Age in 1946, soon after the depot was built and dedicated. You can see a photo of the depot, the outside of the depot there, and a photo of the interior. It had a real interesting mural of a coal tipple at the end of the inside of the building, inside the interior. Just wanted to show you this quote. This is the first paragraph from that article. With appropriate ceremonies, the Chesapeake and Ohio opened its newest and most up-to-date passenger station on June 26, a structure which is not only of trim modern design, but which, setting precedent in railway passenger station construction, incorporates such features as radiant heating, solar orientation, scientific air circulation and purification, and ultraviolet lamps in the laboratories as a protection against bacteria. And so there was a lot of effort in the design of this depot, and also taking into account where it sat in the bottom of the gorge and sun angles and these types of things. So a pretty interesting history to it. The challenge that I had that stumped me for a while was how to construct these banks of windows that you see on both sides, the track side and the street side. One day I was looking through websites for windows, and I happened upon Tichy Train Group's utility windows in N-scale. And so what I did was that bank of windows that you see in the bottom right, those are individual utility windows glued together with CA. And almost a perfect match, not exactly, but almost a perfect match in terms of dimensions with what was at with the prototype. So once that problem was solved, I was able to move forward. The station walls are 0.020 styrene embossed brick. They come from N-scale Architect. And then for strength and on the back and support on the back, I've just got plain 0.040 styrene. And then you can see the bank of windows in the left part of the photo incorporated in with the station walls. Every stage along the process, I'd tape it together and put it on the module just to make sure everything was kind of fitting. And so here's a photo of it almost with the walls complete. So here are a few photographs of the module with views of the real station as well. So this is from the street side, from the west side, looking at the depot with the freight part of the freight room here to the left. And kind of hard to see in that photo, but a very unique C&O sign, a green and yellow donut sign. You'll see it better in a later elevation. Here it is from the track side, and the bank of windows again on that track side as well. So the entire building is styrene, strips, sheets, every combination. The roof as well. The roof was made with Woodland Scenics fine gravel glued to the top and then spray painted and weathered with pan pastels and washes. There's a better view of that very unique sign. In fact, I'm not aware of that sign anywhere else in the whole C&O system. So there's the station placed on the module in its correct location. The platform is a N-Scale Architect product, and it really should have been the height of that first level roof of the depot, but I don't know that I'll go back and change that or not. So several other buildings around the station were modeled. This is looking at the depot from the west side. This little red building with the yellow posts around it is actually a building that holds the handicap ramp for the Amtrak Cardinal when it comes through. And so I thought it needed to be modeled there as well. And that's all styrene. Here's another building that is over a well. That's styrene with printed brick just out on cardstock. The general store that you see on the module and you saw from the earlier photograph, you can see it on the left there with another building, but at some point that building on the left disappeared. This building is on the National Register of Historic Places, and in that in the nomination form, it says that this store was the last surviving building of the New River Coalfield commercial businesses located along the New River. It's a very good example of the surviving architecture of the region, and as far as it is known, is the last of its kind. Built sometime around 1890, it was a grocery and dry goods store, and for a time, at the bottom left of the building, it was the post office for Prince. Here's a view of it in its present condition. It's been restored. It's not open, but the National Park Service has done some work to stabilize it and restore it. So this is what it looks like in its present condition, very close to Highway 41, as you can see there. Step much off the porch there and you are in the road. So here is photos of the construction. It is, again, styrene, a few Tichy train group windows, and some Grant Line or San Juan Details windows as well. But there's a few photos of the elevation in the front. And again, the top, I don't forget the architectural term for the top there. Those are just strips of styrene cut into squares, turned around into diamonds and cut into triangles. So here is the general store in its finished state on the module. I put a couple of Woodland Scenics lights, just plug system lights on the front of it. Here's another view of it. I've been experimenting with the focus stacking function in Photoshop, and so this is an attempt at that, showing the general store. As I mentioned earlier, this Woodland Scenics trailer will be going to be replaced with a scratch-built version of the house that's supposed to be there. Here is that house, the photograph of that house, and the scratch-built house as it exists right now. So it's not finished. So I have several lights under the garage opening here and have a light inside the house. That's why I'm detailing some of the interior of the structure as well. And again, that's all styrene and embossed brick from N-Scale Architect. The Prince Paquette, an old grocery store that sat across from the station where a lot of the rail crew would go and drink beer when they had a chance, and where a lot of fights happened from what I've talked to people. But that building doesn't exist today. That's a photo of it in 1990. But all that's left of the Prince Paquette is some cinder blocks as a foundation and the sign that you can just see poking behind the station platform pole right there. In the background is the Burgundy house as well. So I've tried to model a little bit of that. The cinder blocks here with styrene just cut to look like cinder blocks. And then there's the Prince Paquette sign on the side of the road to represent that location of that former store. The house, the red house there on the right, based upon these two photographs. The photograph on the left shows the house painted white up on the hill. You can see the Prince Paquette actually being built as well at that time. But this photo was taken soon after the completion and the dedication of the depot. And on the right is what the house looks like today. It was, since it is private property, and when I was there, there was nobody home there. I didn't venture up and around the house on the property to try to take photographs. So some of the sides were just kind of guessed on what the backside looked like, but the backside wasn't going to be seen anyway. So there it is placed on the module with a front porch and a screened front porch. I used organza, which is a material used in, got it at Hobby Lobby. It's used in like wedding bouquets and stuff like that. I use that black organza as the screen for the screened-in porch that you see there. Couple of other things down on the New River. There are a couple of things that aren't in prints. These two fish camps aren't actually there in prints, but they are along the New River, not too far from Prince. And so I just went ahead and put them, wanted to have something down there on the river. The aquamarine and white trailer is a Shapeways 3D print. Scratch built the porch. The Adirondack chairs that you the Adirondack chairs are Shapeways as well. Now, if any of you are familiar with West Virginia, you'll know why I painted the Adirondack chairs blue and gold, because in that part of West Virginia, there are an awful lot of WVU Mountaineer fans. And so the Adirondack chairs are painted blue and gold to represent that. The building on the right is actually a bus with a porch on it on a rock in the town of Golly Bridge, not too far from Prince. So Classic Metalworks actually made a bus very similar to the one that's on the rock. You can see it in the top left. And so using wood and styrene, I built a front porch to represent the front porch on the fish camp. A fellow by the name of Bruiser Cole many years ago had that bus put on a boat and taken out to that rock in the river. That's a very iconic scene in West Virginia. So I wanted to represent that as well. One other thing down along the river, and I'll finish up here. Another very iconic thing of West Virginia are what are the Coffin-Daffer crosses. A reverend back in the mid 80s began erecting these crosses across West Virginia and eventually across the country. There's some 1,800 of these in 29 states. West Virginia has the greatest number of them, some 352 of them, that account for about 19% of all the crosses. One of the more noted locations in West Virginia is in a rock in the river right beside Bruiser Cole's fish camp. So I made a little rock in the river there to represent that as well. So gentlemen, that's all.
Very, very cool, sir. I am impressed.
No, thank you.
That was interesting. And there are some questions posted up in here.
Sure.
Question number one was, do you put anything under the modules to keep them from sliding on banquet tables?
Since I'm in Tennessee, a lot of times I travel out of Tennessee to show with other groups. So whatever the other groups do, sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. There are legs. There are plastic legs that come with the Masterpiece module kit. But the guys in West Virginia showed me a really nice thing that I bought at Woodcraft, the company, the retail store Woodcraft, that are legs that are adjustable, and that
Hmm.
brings a banquet table. But you're right, it's still, even with those legs, those most of them are plastic banquet tables. They're
Yeah.
somewhat wide, so you can put a little bit of sticky stuff on the bottom. Or what helps as much as anything is just some uh, covers, just some black covers to cover the tables. That kind of seems to help.
Okay.
That is a and can be a challenge, particularly if you're putting two 14-inch modules together. That's 28 inches. And if you're only using one banquet table, it's only 28 inches deep. And so it's right there on the edge. So
Yeah.
if you use two banquet tables, you got a little bit of room. It's
Yep.
not as much of a problem, but that is a problem some places. So something sticky under those legs helps.
Yeah. That's what I would think.
Yeah.
Why was the Prince station the only one rebuilt? It seems like Prince, not to criticize Prince, but it seems kind of like Prince is a small, out of the way place.
Exactly. That's a question I can't answer. I don't know.
Okay,
That,
that struck me as
yeah.
curious.
I mean, it is the depot for a much larger community up on the plateau, but still Beckley itself, you know, y- why that was decided, I don't know. And the early colonial Virginia design is something that the C&O Historical Society only discovered very recently, that was a proposal for that depot. For
Interesting.
a long time, they just thought it was that was the Art Deco plan. But yeah, that's a great question. But it's really interesting that the depot today, of course, it's visited 3 times a week by the Amtrak Cardinal, but also the Scouts, the Boy Scouts of America, built a huge reserve near Beckley called the Bechtel Reserve. And the last couple years, when they had their national jamboree, scouts that were coming to the Bechtel Reserve, if they came by train, they got off the train at Prince because the Bechtel Reserve's just 10, 12 miles away.
That's
It
convenient.
had a little bit of a, renewed kind of interest. It's got some work that needs done to it. Some of the people that are very close to it and know it are concerned about the future of it. But that's a great
Mm,
question. I've never got the answer of why it was there and why it was built there and nowhere else.
interesting.
Yeah,
There's a comment in here about organzo for
yeah,
black window
it,
screens.
yeah. It is a real fine, meshy material, um, and it looks like screen. It is
Cool.
it's very difficult to work with, and especially to cut and get to exact size. Um,
Ooh, a
yeah,
laser.
yeah, but
Almost want a laser.
it's called organza. I went to Hobby Lobby, and it took a couple of people there to figure out what I was talking about. But it's in all different colors, but it's used in I don't know, wedding bouquets or something like that.
There have been a number of comments about just really how great your
Oh,
presentation was, and so on. And one of the comments in here about it is that the module was seen in Salt Lake City when tracking down NMRA contest module winners. Your module was awarded the Module Contest Judges Award, apparently.
yeah.
Congratulations.
Well, thank you. Yes,
That's
the judges came by and talked to me afterwards and said two things would have improved it is that the backdrop would have been stitched together rather than four photos butted up together, which I corrected that. And
yep.
they also said there needed to be some type of animation on it. So I've put a lot of lights around it using the Woodland Scenics Just Plug. But,
That works.
yeah,
If you had not said that your backdrop was a mountain or a hillside range in, because there are no mountains in Tennessee, I'm sorry. Um, if you had said that
well,
that was a hillside range in West Virginia and not Tennessee, I would never have known. The backdrop looked like it blended in just fine.
Well, thank you.
Yes, sir.
That actually that ridge is the Appalachian Mountains have several parts to it. What's called the plateaus and the ridge and valley. That ridge separates the ridge and valley and the plateau here in East Tennessee. And that photo was taken not too far from the small town where the Scopes monkey trial occurred many years ago.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. But that was because it was a half hour from my house.
Oh,
and
okay. Well, that works.
I could get out. And actually the ridge is from there, and the clouds are pictures of clouds over one day when we were in the Smoky Mountains. So I actually brought in clouds from the Smokies.
That works for me. And Brad is back with us.
Yes. I don't see a great deal of questions here in the chat, but I will make a comment. Is these history clinics that we seem to be getting for a guy that's outside the States is very intriguing, and it always leaves me going to do a bit of research for myself and just try to touch base of where these are. So yeah, really well put together clinic there, Craig.
Oh, thank you.
I agree.
Okay, so if there's not too many other questions, I'd just like to say thanks for joining us today,
Hey,
doing a clinic, and
you're
I'd like
welcome.
to also thank everyone else that's done a clinic here today in all three rooms. Also like to thank the hosts that we've had, Perry and Dave here in room 2. They did an awesome job doing it all, so much appreciated.
You did a great job, Brad. This would not work without you and in this room and your whole team for the entire convention. This has been good.
Yeah, thank you. It's definitely good,
Thank you guys.
and we look forward to bringing it back to you shortly. I think our team's going to take a 6-week break that's much needed, and we'll be bigger and better next time.
All right.
Very cool. Thanks, guys. Thank you, Craig. I appreciate it.
Hey, you're welcome. Welcome. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Yep.
We'll see you down the road somewhere.